Another edition of Break the Rules Free for All Friday. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, LevPo on Twitter. As always, here all the way live. We can't stop because we won't stop, and we'll keep delivering the best content to you of live stream interactions of all damn time. And today we have very interesting guests for you, one of whom is here right now, a newcomer to the show, Mikko Alasaarela. Did I pronounce that correctly, albeit in a slow way, or no? Please correct me here.
Yeah, so hello everybody. My name is Mikko Alasaarela. That's a very hard name to pronounce, I think. Greetings from Helsinki, Finland. It's a little bit past midnight here. We actually were with Lev on a clubhouse recently, and I decided to have a chat here as well. So interested to see how this plays out. A little bit of my background. I'm an entrepreneur in artificial intelligence space, and what I do is I specialize in behavioral algorithms and algorithmic influence. So I basically work with AIs that shape human behavior, and I've done a lot of experiments in this space. I've moved hundreds of thousands of people to do things that I wanted them to do with incentives, as well as algorithmic, behavioral shaping algorithms. So that's an interesting space to be in, I would say.
Definitely. And we, I believe, met at the Davos event at Clubhouse, where it talks about foreign policy and things of that nature. So I think that it's a very interesting time to be alive right now, because we are in the middle of a purge, as Binor just said over here. And also we have a comment from Bruce Bogtrotter. Hello, Bruce. What should I add to my diet to increase my virility? So we're going to go there as well. I think that despite me being skinny as a skeleton, I am feeling more virile by the day because I had prana into my diet through the Wim Hof method, breathing techniques and all that. But anyway, be that, and I also drink organic raw milk. I don't know if they have raw milk, Mikko, in your neck of the woods. But anyway, I want to talk about AI, but I also want to talk before that about what's on a lot of people's minds, which is this purge that was going on recently. Metaphor Man, Eggy, so many people that we know and love on Twitter have had their accounts suspended. Now, one of the things that I was that I found out from Metaphor Man is that one of the reasons maybe that people were utilizing some strange, like, weird trick, as they say on the internet, to double up certain likes. Some people were doing it just as a goof, like just to try it out, like what would happen if I do this one weird trick. And other people who were abusing the whole thing, you know, they were doing it to generate, I think, like hundreds of likes and just get whatever post they were doing on Twitter up in the algorithm. And so I think what ended up happening, according to Metaphor Man, was that a lot of people were doing it, and some of them were doing it a lot, some of them were doing it really little bit, but the algorithm didn't care. So everybody who was utilizing this thing got banned. And as far as Metaphor Man goes, what he told me is that he is in the process right now of recovering his account. So he'll be able to go through, and he has a support ticket, and hopefully he, Eggy, so many other, the real Xi Jinping, so many of these wonderful people on Twitter who we know and love are going to have their accounts back. That is at least my hope, if this is just one of these weird technical things where everybody's just dumped into the same category.
I sure hope so, because Twitter is apocalyptic at times, where it's just like, all right, let's just ban a whole big wave full of people and get rid of them all. And it's fun people, like Menace is gone. Menace even came back, and I think he was gone again. Who among us has not been hit with a ban from Twitter for posting spicy takes about Chrissy Teigen's mother and whether or not she, a word that rhymes with runt.
Interesting. Well, a question over here from Binor, but they didn't ban any libs. Oh, yes, I'm going to send this out. I don't know. That's a good question. Did they or didn't they? Because from what I got from Metaphor Man, a whole lot of people were banned. But from what you guys saw, was it only people who were more conservative or reactionary or edgy? I don't know.
I want to pitch in on this one. So
go for it.
The thing is that having worked with algorithmic filter bubbles for many years, the thing is that we see the things that we want to see, and we see the things that are confirming our biases and basically are confirmed bubbles. So in addition to the actual filter bubbles happening because of the people you follow and people you don't follow, and also the way that you see things through the people you follow, because when they're sharing stuff, they basically are also exposing their own worldview and their own take on that topic. So now I tested this. I posted some social media posts where I put hooks on both sides of the table. So I used language that is easily recognizable to the like I said, the Trump fans, and and then also language that was easily recognizable to the libs, what these guys are saying here. So by doing that, they both got angry, but for different reasons, because they only saw the stuff that was targeted at them, and they didn't see in the same post, in the same text, they didn't see the other side of the same equation.
Yeah, there's something really fun about using doublespeak like that, where someone will say something insane, and then my move now is to just push it as hard as I can into the stratosphere of insane. Like, I'm going to go so absurd and so weird, or just bold-faced ask somebody the weirdest question possible. There was a gentleman, I believe it was yesterday, suggested that denying that you're racist means that you're racist. And so I just wrote back, well, are you a racist? Simple question. And everybody knows if he just blocks me, I wrote a tweet many months ago. Everyone who blocks me is confirming they're a racist. So we'll see if they answer my question or not. Let's see if they fall in their own pit.
Well, the question for me is whether the powers that be have certain leeway when it comes to who gets the axe or not, or if this is purely an algorithm that's out for itself and doing something regardless of whatever people's intentions are. So, Mikko, I'm curious if you've seen, like, how much control would the engineers have over who gets banned and who doesn't?
Yeah, so there's multiple reasons why these platforms ban people. You can think of the whole social media as a battle between two different parties. People who create algorithms and people who reverse engineer algorithms. So if you have on the other side, you have all the marketers, terrorists, hackers, like the influencers and politicians. There's all kinds of people who have an interest and incentive to basically hack the algorithms for their benefit. I mean, reverse engineer the way the algorithms work so that they get as much visibility as possible. And then you have on the other side, you have the social media platforms who actually want to optimize the feeds for maximum engagement, or what I use as the word addiction, because they really benefit from the addiction that people have for the social media feeds. So if the marketers or whoever other party that is trying to reverse engineer the algorithms will win, people will start fading away from their feeds because suddenly the feed isn't optimized to their needs. And so that's why there's always this battle. Somebody finds a way, and then these guys are like whacking them all. And then somebody finds another way, and then they're whacking them all. So this game is going on every day, all the time. So you can never sleep, if you want to constantly beat the algorithm.
Yeah, I always test it like I think of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, the raptors. They would attack the fence and try to find where is the weakest spot on this electric fence. No matter how much it hurts them, we're going to go for the weak spot, and that's where we're going to find it. So I've realized that I saw a journalist do it once. They retweeted their own article, and I asked them, I said, well, does this work for you? Like, oh, you have no idea. Like, if you bump up stuff that you've written in these tweets because it goes back in the algorithm again, then suddenly everybody in a different time zone that wasn't there 4 hours ago or 6 hours ago, like, they get to see it now. And I was like, oh my God, this is it's like Neo seeing the Matrix, like I finally, like, it just clicked for me. It's like, oh, perfect. We're going to retweet the far out of everything.
By the way, there's a bit of wind going on when you speak, a bit of popping in the mic. I'm not sure what.
Let me pull that thing away from my mouth. mouth. I was choked up on a little too much.
No problem at all. And again, all the new people who are listening, don't forget to subscribe. But what's interesting for me is also if we have people who are just, let's say, there's a lot of shit posters online. A lot of it are my dear friends and subscribers here on Twitter. And there is a certain style of, I'd say, speaking truth to power for people who are more in the underground side of the internet, where they would say things that are risque. But the question is, how much does something that is considered to be, risque but nothing too crazy ends up being something absolutely forbidden by the next generation of technological activists who work at Google or whatever, and they would get the axe not so much because they're prying through and testing the algorithm, but more because they're doing something that they thought was completely normal, and now it doesn't become normal anymore. Do you see a gradual trajectory that these big tech companies are going when it comes to putting a tighter leash around what kind of language, style of language, what kind of concepts are allowed to be spoken in the default public square?
Yes, from my perspective, what I see is that there has been now about 10 years since the filter bubble started building up. The year 2011 was a banner year for algorithmic addictions. That was the first year that the social games made more money from monetizing addiction than selling content to the users. So in the beginning of 2011, 30% of the games were monetized with free-to-play models and 70% with the paid models. At the end of that year, it was the other way around. So 70% of the games were making money from free-to-play models and 30% were making from... the same model followed everywhere. We moved from buying these individual songs on Apple iTunes Store into basically subscribing for Spotify or using YouTube or whatever other streaming services. If you look at this trend, the trend is from buying individual pieces of content into subscriptions and and aggregations of content into these kind of models. Of course, now the NFT is a little bit of a backstep from that. So there's
the non-fungible token.
Yes, non-fungible tokens.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm very curious about those things. Like, how does that work? How does somebody make something and decide, all right, this is going to be an NFT? Like, if I draw a picture of Sonic Chew and I decide that this Sonic Chew is going to be an NFT, how do I do that?
Yeah, so that's a long conversation. So let me finish the first thought that Lev was asking about.
And then I'm gonna have to show you. And then I'm gonna have to show you what Sonic Chew is, just so you're clear on that. But go on.
Yeah. So now we have this whole 10 years where we basically have had tens of billions of dollars spent into algorithmic addictions. That's literally what they do. They create these models where they call it the engagement algorithms. But as I said, I actually showed in my keynote speech in 2018 examples of a Google Play Store, because Google had implemented a algorithm that picked out the most used words in the reviews of the games in Google Play Store, and top 200 games, the top grossing 200 games. Every single one of them had the word addictive as the most used word by an order of magnitude more than any other word that was out there. So it could be like 10 times more, 6 times more, whatever it was, but it was always multiple times more prevalent word in the reviews than any other word. And when I showed it to people in Silicon Valley, and people were like, how can Google, why is not Google taking this down? They're basically exposing that this whole thing is just like a digital drug trade, and and that's the only thing that is going on here. And so that as a backdrop, that's where we ended, in a few years. We started in 2011, and in 2018 we were at that point. So now what has happened is that I don't think that big tech companies developed the conscience or became good people just suddenly. It's that they started seeing that there was so much negative consequences of the choices that they made in the society and overall that it's bad for business. So now, as I said, there's a little bit of a backlash inside the organizations. People say that we will quit because we don't want to work for companies like this anymore. And there's all kinds of other dynamics that are now coming in the play that is driving now towards having a little bit, how do I say, fair model of towards these algorithms. So this is what is going on actually right now.
But you're talking about two things, though. You're talking about, on one hand, I agree with you that a lot of these addictive manipulations, and thank you, Jesus the Third, for the follow on DLive. I appreciate it, brother. But you're talking about these manipulations of addictive qualities on one hand, but on the other hand, we're also talking about censoring certain kinds of speech. And that's not, I mean, you could say that that's also addictive for people to get on a bandwagon against a certain thing, but we see that happening from other sides who are, let's say, safe in doing that, and certain sides are not safe in doing that. So it does not seem as even to me right now what's going on.
Okay, so good that you raised it up. So they actually related, and how they related is that when you developed algorithms that are trying to increase the level of addiction, to the maximum level, of course, because that makes the most money for these platforms. So when you're doing this, by 2015, I could see that it wasn't enough anymore to filter all the content that you didn't want to see from your feeds. So if you look at 2013 images or 2012 images, the most liked Twitter image at the time was like Barack Obama hugging Michelle after getting reelected. It was really this kind of like positive emotion. By 2015, hate was taking more place in Twitter than love. You know, like you start seeing like the hate speech picking up. Well, I mean, Trump was really good at using it, like to get a lot of visibility. And why did that happen? It was happened because, algorithmically speaking, creating anger or any kind of strong emotion, that actually still works also with empathy and other things. But you know, like at the same time, there was like fear and anger and you know and hate that was then now driving a lot of the visibility. And it was because they found out that the engagement. I mean, I'm not even sure if this is a result of A/B testing or if it's as a result of engineers making choices. But at the time. Leaking information or sharing information from the other bubble to your bubble so that you can be angry together against that other bubble, whoever it is. Like, I mean, the same, like it works both ways or it works like to any direction. And in this one was actually the main method of creating maximum amount of engagement from people's side. And
I would compare it to professional wrestling. The $1 Million Man had a quote that a fan who absolutely hates your guts, who wants to show up and let you know how much they hate your guts, that is a true fan, because he will be there every single show to let you know just how much he hates the $1 Million Man and everything that he says. Which in the $1 Million Man's speech said, and I went out there every week and I went harder on it about how much money I had and how poor everybody was watching wrestling and how awful the other wrestler was. You know, it doesn't matter if he won or lost, you know, because people would come to see him lose, and if he won, they'd get that much madder and they have to come back the next week. You know, that's what it was all about, was selling that next hit. And journalists, they call it rage bait. That was the word that they were throwing around, is they wanted articles that would incite a feeling of rage. Like, I want you to click this title because you are pissed off and you have to see this. Like things you won't believe that, you know, Blizzard is doing with the new StarCraft game, you know, that sort of stuff.
It's absolutely true. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say pro wrestling is actually, I've been saying this, we were having a discussion about this yesterday. Pro wrestling is like a perfect model by which you can understand the way in which all of these companies interact, because Vince McMahon's actually not even just Vince, it's pro wrestling in general, the way it works. Even in Japan, it's like this. The way they build heat, like even their terminology, everything, they've figured out this system of attention so much more efficiently than all the like tech bro, you know, guru guys in Silicon Valley ever have. And it's so beautiful to kind of watch. Anyone who understands how pro wrestling works can manipulate this system really easily, because you just play a heel or you play a face and that's it. Like,
well, it's even older than that. It's like a P.T. Barnum, you know, back in the day, like that kind of showmanship. It's been a staple of American life for forever.
Yeah, but you won't believe what's inside this sideshow. You have to pay a quarter to come in here and see what craziness and horrors and terror that is hiding in here, even if it's like the Fiji mermaid, you know, something weird like that.
I went to Coney Island a couple of years ago, and they had, they didn't have the freaks anymore, but what they did have was the giant rat, and when you looked inside, it was this adorable little capybara.
Yeah.
It was really cute. But anyway, what I'm curious from all of you guys is, do you think that this algorithmic shift away from hateful things has been even on both sides? And also for the audience, is my audio loud or is it just right? Just tell me, because I'm going to adjust it. But what do you guys think?
I've noticed a lot of funny people, and because you never know what the joke is that's going to get reported, because there's been some of that too. People are saying that things were mass flagged by people, and some people have gone pretty hard on certain topics, and things. Certain communities get mad. Like, I have always heard that for whatever reason, the deaf community, which who knew there was a deaf community, that anytime they hear that people are goofing on deaf people, they come out with pitchforks and torches and hearing aids.
Well, what I'm curious about is, that whole Mencius mold bug idea of society is always heading leftwards. Do you agree or do you disagree? Because, again, from the side of Twitter that has been, let's say, much more open to discussing things with me, which would be more of a rightish leaning side, their view is that they're attacking people who are on the right, they're attacking conservatives, and most conservatives are going to be wimps about it, or beautiful losers, or whatever they want to call them, and they're not going to do anything about it. So I'm just curious if all of you guys have noticed that it's that trajectory, or you think that that's miscommunication, that Moldbug's just trying to make some dough, off people who want to join this crusade.
Well, that's a given. That's a given. I think there's a little bit of a grift always, but at the same time, it's almost impossible. Like, I don't have the data. We don't know because we can't see, right? Like, we're kind, what Mikko is saying is that we're kind of blinded by the event horizon of our people, right? So it's hard to tell what exactly is happening in their spaces, right? Because they're not going to tell us. Like, if we were to go ask them, they'd be like, "Fuck you," and close the door, right? And it's okay, whatever, right? I get it, but we can't know in that way. But at the same time, from what I've seen, the anecdotal evidence from what I've seen, right, it kind of looks a little like people's private accounts were getting banned at the exact same time that their big public accounts were getting banned. It wasn't, and all for the same thing. Like, everybody got for the same shit, as far as I can tell. It was the same reason, and it doesn't make any sense in context of all of those. Like, none of those people were marketing or doing anything. Like, I don't know what you guys were talking about with this disliking thing. Was there a way to inflate your likes? I didn't know that was a thing. But if that's a thing, then maybe yes.
I'm hearing of that too. Like, I hadn't heard that.
Maybe if that's a thing, then maybe that has to do with it. But at the same time, like, I can't tell. But it kind of looks a little suspicious, man. Like, for your private and your public to get hit literally simultaneously is a little weird. I don't know if that has to do with the way accounts are structured, or maybe it's like all set
what do
up
you
on
mean
the same...
private and public?
So I knew people who's had so they have a private account where they give their more I'll just say based, where they give their most honest and truthful opinions about things, which could be very spicy at times. And so they would try to wall that account off or separate that out. Some people didn't want to talk politics on their account at all.
Exactly.
Any sort of news or politics, so they would just separate it out that way with a private account.
And they usually be locked. Yeah, they usually be locked
both.
Accounts.
Yeah, it's usually like like people that they were mutuals with, like that sort of thing.
Exactly. That kind of thing. Like, that's the kind of account that it's like, you don't know that exists unless you know the person, right? So for that account to get banned at the same time as...
It makes me wonder if there was some sort of a blacklist. If certain people had made like a naughty list, because I've heard to naughty
we know there are block
lists
lists.
YouTube.
We know there are block lists though. Like, we
the
know
block
that there are
lists and blockchains, all that sort of stuff. That for sure exists, but that's on the user end. I'm talking about on Twitter itself. If certain accounts had been flagged as all right, this is a bad actor here. They've said things that we don't like for whatever reason. And when we go to just mass ban everybody, this is one of the ones on the chopping block. Because we know for sure that YouTube has accounts like that are, what do they call it? They're pulled from the search algorithm. So if you type in their name, can't find them. When you watch one of their videos, instead of suggesting another video of theirs, it takes you to like a Fox News or the same Jordan Peterson interview. I swear that it keeps taking me the same one every time. Yeah, the same one every single time. Like Jesus Christ, I've caught it. Like we don't need to see it again.
Yeah, we all watched it 3 years ago.
Yeah,
let me
Mikko?
let me offer a European perspective to this. So
yes, that'd be great.
One of the things that I see, having lived on both sides of the Atlantic. So one thing I realized many years ago is that there's different level of I mean, it's like what people think is acceptable and unacceptable in different continents or different cultures. Good example being weapons versus sex. So in Europe, anything that involves weapons or something is a bad thing. You know, it's banned very quickly if you start doing something with weapons. In the US, like it's always like, I mean, you can conceal carry or you can even open carry weapons all over the place, and you know, people getting shot all over the place, and it's totally like acceptable in the US for some reason. From European perspective, it's crazy. At the same time, you know, like we don't have any problem seeing tits or like whatever, images.
The example I would think of is like your heavy metal magazine, that kind of thing. Like that's got boobs front and center, but in America, you look at a comic book cover, even the really risque ones are nowhere near what a heavy metal is.
Yeah, I mean, in Europe, it's just completely normal. Like, there's absolutely, like, I mean, in Nordic beaches, women are without their bras. You know, when they are taking sunbathing, it's totally okay, and it's not considered like anything special. So, a friend of mine who is a woman who actually has a business in Finland doing dildos. And she actually posted on LinkedIn a lot. Like, she was very like well known in the LinkedIn circles. She got like 3 times already banned in LinkedIn for even talking about dildos. And you know, for Finns, like we actually retaliated. Like we had this campaign in Finland, like screw LinkedIn. Like, I mean, why are you banning people for talking about dildos? Like, I mean, what is wrong with you? Like, I mean, can't people do whatever they want? And you know, and that's where you see this kind of like difference in culture.
Well, that is the question right there. There's a phrase that's used a lot today on the internet of people who are not quite satisfied with that, where they say, mockingly, they say, well, why can't you let people enjoy things? And the reason why they say that is they are concerned about, like, people being, you know, not like individuals, but like masses of people, like huge masses of people being led into certain ways of living that may end up having them make mistakes early on that otherwise they wouldn't if they had like a caring family or a community or whatever, you know. So that's the perspective that they're coming from. Like, yes, there's a lot of things out there that, let's say, if you're an individual, if you are like a great artist or poet or whatever, you're going to find your underground bohemian circles. Most people, though, won't. And most people may end up going into a certain place, end up drinking, doing a lot of drugs, and then at the end of the day, they may not actually get the experience that they would have wanted to get if they were to take a time machine back and like see their old self and say, like, you know, get off these drugs, you know, go have family, you know, have kids, you know, do all this stuff, because at the end of the day, like, you're going to be way happier because of that. Now, I don't want to judge, I don't want to say that, you know, people should do A, B, or C, but as far as like maintaining a healthy society, people are afraid today. Like, people are afraid that everything's degenerating, that families are splitting apart, you know, that there's no healthy community anymore. I mean, I don't know what things are like right now in Finland. I mean, let me in on what's going on there. It seems to be a very healthy place. Like, you have the saunas there, you have a great educational system from what I understand. Mm-hmm. So would you say things are pretty stable there?
I mean, we have seen a rise of nationalism, and definitely the rise of nationalism in whole Europe has been promoted a lot by Russians because they benefit. I mean, Putin benefits from Europe being, how to say, like, not friends with each other. So nationalism is good for that purpose, and there has been a bunch of manipulation. like in local things. And I've been, of course, we've been monitoring like on Finnish and like how the Russians try to manipulate the Finnish like narratives on social media towards nationalism. The nationalism has grown, but at the same time, we have basically, from your perspective, like a socialist feminist government. Every single like leader of a top party that is currently in the cabinet is a female, and they are mostly young females, like in the early 30s. And if you look at this, like, I mean, it's quite opposite of what you're used to seeing in the United States or somewhere else. Like usually it's like old guys, like over 70 or something, being the leaders of the countries. And it's been an interesting to see like how people react to this. Of course, they are somehow proud that we are kind of forerunners in our progressiveness. Like you could say this, that almost as if AOC was basically the leader of the United States. That would be pretty much the comparison in what Finland is currently.
I don't know whether they're doing a good job or a bad job. I have no idea. I haven't looked into it.
Okay.
But as somebody looking from outside, I could make a guess that maybe a lot of those movements have been fueling a rise of nationalism, maybe even more than anything Russia may try to do. Now, I could be wrong about that, but it's like pendulum swings one way, and then, people start to see it. And
Of course. So I mean, there's many reasons for everything. But as I said, there's a combination of factors that are driving all of these things. I'm basically I vote for a right-wing party in Finland, okay? But the right wing in Finland is basically, I would say, like somewhere between what do I say? Like, it's not as left as Bernie Sanders, but like it's definitely left of Joe Biden.
It's like Justin Trudeau.
Right.
Like tell me, like Canada Liberals. That's what I imagine. That's what you're describing. Like they're left wing in comparison to their opponent, but they're not really like full on progressive, like a socialist or whatever. But they're still kind of corporate dem in a way. You know what I mean? But at the same, like that's what it sounds like you're describing, because you can't go full. I understand that internal politics of a nation, if you don't know what's going on, is kind of weird, right? Like it's hard to it's hard to translate it, right? Especially if with Americans, because they're like Democrat, Republican, and like that's it. That's all they sort of. That's the only.
Yeah, it's always sort of fascinated me that other countries have multiple political parties that are all viable, that have all held like real office and real power, but somehow we always have Coke and Diet Coke.
Actually, there's an easy reason for this. Like, I mean, by having a election system that has winner takes it all in the locations where people are voting, is exactly the reason why this is. If you have the European I'm not sure how you spell it, like election system, which is basically proportional voting, like you aggregate all the votes of a specific party into the top candidate, then you give half the votes to the second one and third of the votes to the third one, or something like this. You always have multiple parties. Like, you cannot avoid, I mean, there's no way that you will aggregate into two parties. Like, you will always have more than that. And this actually requires people to compromise, because they always have to partner with some other parties. Like, you cannot have a government without partnering with another party. And I think that's a great thing. I see that as a essential for democracy. And even though the government that we currently have doesn't represent my views, like, I mean, they are much more left than I am, and I'm more pro business, and and so on. But I still like the fact that we have representative democracy. Like, I mean, like if they screw up, like we have another government, and it's a different one, and maybe it's more towards what I want to see.
Well, that is something that I am also in favor of, and I know that there are people who are in favor of, let's say, more drastic decisions to solve any problem that you happen to have on either side. My biggest problem for that is you can get rid of a certain, a certain problem, but that problem, I think, just like the dwarf that Shiva dances on. I don't know if you saw those statues of Shiva, the Hindu god, dancing around the ring of fire. There is a dwarf which represents ignorance that Shiva's foot is planted on. And you can never kill this dwarf it always exists, but the only thing you can do is just stomp on it and make sure it doesn't grow bigger. And I think that strategy has been applied by governments when it comes to elements that, would seek to create chaos. But the question for me is whether the elite is healthy enough to be able to maintain that or not. So one of the things that concern me as somebody who, like I always say, like I have an open door policy, like if I was running the world, I would have an open door policy for people, regardless of where they come from, to be able to be a part of a culture so long as they can actually integrate into the culture and become one with the culture. Meaning, like, for example, we had people who were, we had Jewish people back in Russia in the imperial times who wanted to be the best Russian, and German Jews who wanted to be the best German. So they wanted to integrate into society, and they were successfully able to, and as well as other cultures from other places. And again, like keeping certain things like food, maybe certain traditions, but at the same time being able to be in such an environment where you would feel as one with your neighbors, that there would be a sense of family as opposed to a sense of complete strangers that don't have anything to do with each other at all. So my concern, and again, I don't know how things are in Finland, but this was something that was brought up in the comments earlier, when it comes to the migration of people that don't have anything in common, that come in there, and that would create some chaos as has been created in other parts of Europe. And again, I don't know what's happening in Finland, so I'd be interested to hear from you as far as how things are going on with migration, and whether you think that also contributes to more right-wing views, to more nationalistic views as a response.
Yeah, so Finland is a cold country. It's like Quebec in Canada, or and so on. So from our perspective, we are not as desirable target location for lots of the refugees from the warmer countries. Yes, we do have our share of refugees, but I don't think it's proportionally speaking, Sweden has way, way, way more refugees than Finland has. And Sweden has way, way, way more problems with refugees than Finland has, because they already have ghettos around cities, and they have burning cars on the streets and stuff like this. Mm-hmm. So I can see that the problems can be much higher than what we've seen. I see more that this nationalist thinking is kind of a desire from people who are thinking, like in at least in our side, the growth of the nationalist party has been mostly fueled by conservatives, the Finnish conservatives, who think that we went too far to the progressive side. Because as I said, we have literally a feminist government, and there are people who don't like that. I would say that in the US there would be probably a counter movement if there was 5 AOCs running the government, which is exactly what we have in Finland. We have literally that.
So I would bring up something about foreigners in America, like some of the people who you want to talk about nationalism, people who love America and love American ideals. It's the kind of guys who come to America from, I don't know, like a Czech Republic, somewhere like that, come to America, hardworking dudes, start off as like mopping floors or something, and then buy the company. And, they become Mr. America, that's their whole identity, those are the kind of people that, or another guy I know is a Bosnian fellow who's a truck driver. And the stories he would tell of Eastern Europe and his childhood, and how he would never in 1,000 years would he want to go back home. It's very interesting to hear, very sobering to hear how they talk about America, like hearing it through their lens. Very, very interesting nationalism that way.
Yeah, so coming back once more to the nationalistic movements in Europe in general, of course the European Union has its flaws, and for example the euro as a currency, I think it doesn't work as it is currently, because when you have a currency that basically forces the whole Europe to be as productive in every part of Europe, with the currency that cannot, like I said, adjust the value of things based on the productivity in each country, then you have to have forever subsidies to those areas that are less productive, and you basically have to accept that. But we didn't accept it. Like Germany said that we are only loaning money to Greece, and until Greece goes bankrupt, and then they refuse to accept the fact that Greece can never be as productive as Germany. And it's beneficial to Germany that there are less productive areas in Europe because it keeps the euro's value lower, and German exporters benefit from it. And so this kind of like having this kind of loose union with its own currency is a difficult thing to manage. And I can see that there's currently like Poland and Hungary have had nationalist governments now, and especially Hungary is at the point that it's not anymore acceptable to the rest of Europe. Like it literally looks like it's becoming a dictatorship over time, if they continue this way. And here's that's kind of like the challenges that you have to deal with. Like they are complex problems.
Well, I like the way that I think it was Xi Jinping or one of the Chinese leaders answered when they asked him about what he thinks of the French Revolution. He said it's too early to say. So when it comes to when it comes to big problems like like Europe is facing right now, my question is how long would it take for us to tell which parts are going to work how? Because you can take Europe like the EU, and we are going to have a Europe show later on, by the way, next Thursday, but you could take Europe as it is right now and say, look, like this is a relatively free system. I mean, sure, like there's no free speech, technically speaking. People can get arrested, technically speaking, for saying bad things about migrants on the internet, but, it's relatively free. And the problem here is that with the kind of system that the EU has, how long would it be able to last in the way it is until there would be even more of a creeping tyranny coming in there? And is there something to be said, even if it sometimes doesn't work out that well? And I don't know that much right now about Viktor Orban and the way Hungary is. But like, is there something to be said for there being systems that look at the EU and say, you know what, like, no, thank you. We are going to try to make ourselves, more sovereign. And again, I'm not saying that the direction that Hungary is going in the right one. What I am saying is that sovereignty, as far as being able to have more of a control over yourself, if there was Poland back in the day, that wanted to distance itself away from the USSR, if it wanted to be more sovereign, or Slovenia, or, any Latvia, for example, if there were countries back in the day when the Soviet Union was a superpower that said, you know what, guys, we don't want you. We want to do our own thing. We want to be self-sufficient. I am all for that. So I think a lot of this is also coming from people wanting that. And do you see a potential problem with the EU becoming like the USSR in the future?
EU is at its best as a regulatory and trade union. And I think we should maybe even like think of like the currency thing again. But European Union is great for Nordics. It's great for Finland because just think about it. Right now we have a world where China and the United States are dominating a lot of the tech business. So basically we are in a situation where we have to use American operating system in Chinese phone hardware. And that's literally like where we ended up with. Now, if we did not have European Union as a regulatory board, like basically checking in all those powers, I would say that we would be abused, like completely abused, because Finland as a country is too small to defend itself. Like, I mean, let's say that our government said that screw Apple, screw Google, like we don't accept your privacy policies because you are basically stealing every Finn's data and you are making all kinds of abuse out of it. And then now they said, okay, Finland is too small country. We don't care. Like, I mean, you either use our software or you fuck off. And if that's the situation, what they would say, like for the small countries, we can do nothing. But now we have European Union, where there's such a massive market that they cannot ignore it anymore. And this is something that actually UK is finding out now. They had the Brexit, and now they have a new situation where the Americans said, okay, you want to do a trade deal with us? Okay, let our corporates screw your citizens once more over. Like you have to accept all the privacy breaches and all the other things from our corporations as a part of the deal. And now they are like finding it out at this point. So I think having this kind of like stronger entity to defend against other strong entities is a good thing. but it cannot go too far. I don't think integrating it into a full union is a good idea. But the trade union with the regulatory board is a great idea, in my opinion.
Well, I wonder if it has gone too far in the past, or if there will be a tendency for it to go too far. I mean, I don't know if anybody else could comment on this. I am not in the EU. I'm not sure if anybody else here has had experience talking with people who are more involved in what's going on there. But this is an open panel, so anybody who wants to talk about it, please do.
Do people want to talk about it though, Lev? I know this guy does, but I'm trying to figure out the chat. Buff wants some crazy stuff. I think people.
Don't worry about what Buff. Don't worry about what Buff wants.
Yeah, but I want to know because Buff's a lad, and so I'm wondering.
Yes.
People want you to talk about Christian. People want you to talk about spiritual stuff. People want this to get derailed. It's a Friday.
I know it is a Friday.
I don't know.
I know it is a Friday.
Bottle against the wall, which I'm not doing.
Well, I will say. I will say, yeah. For our great and powerful.
Yes, we do. We definitely have to acknowledge the great Aman Sadhu. So for those who don't know Aman Sadhu, he was a great patron of ours, $50 patron for an incredibly long amount of time. Right now, though, he decided to forego the internet entirely.
He left as soon as I showed up.
Yeah. What's
I
up with that?
I hopped on the scene. He was just like, "Oh, like he's so cute. We had so much fun talking," and then he's just gone.
Yes, but what he left behind was a love for cat girls. And Mikko, do you like cat girls?
So what is that as a question? Like, I mean, I don't even
understand. I was pretty clear. Do you like cat girls?
It's a girl who's also a cat. You know, essentially a cat woman.
So
would you like a cat
I will explain.
Different.
So it's in
cat
anime.
Is a very different thing than a cat girl.
So you're saying a cat girl and a cat woman are two very different things?
Like night and day.
Yeah, that's
like
one carries a whip and wears leather.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other's known more for being.
Well, here. I can define. So this is an example of a cat girl. This is what a cat girl looks like. So it is an anime girl with cat ears, and I think anime has been. Yeah, I think anime has been something that a lot of people online have resonated with a lot. And I don't know, in Finland, is anime popular in general? Like, do a lot of kids watch anime, or is it kind of just like on the side and you guys have your own thing going on?
I mean, we have niches for everything. I was part of this underground, like a demo scene. I'm not sure if you heard about it, but demo scene was
the demo scene. So the guys, what the demo scene is the 90s, they called it wares, you know, sharing different programs and things online. And the demo scene were guys who would make these, I would say techno music because I'm old. Techno music's probably the right thing to think of, like electronic sounds. And they would also put graphics on it. And some of these were very intricate. Like even going back to like Amiga and Commodore days, like you could find stuff from those that is just like, how much time did somebody spend building this thing that looks better than the game does?
So I'm looking at a few things here on Google
I want to ask,
results.
I'm sorry, but he has not answered the question, Lev. Do you like cat girls? You need to answer the question, Mikko. Do not dodge the question.
So first of all, I'm not into anime. I haven't really like followed that scene at all. While it's like, I mean, I do follow memes because it's part of my algorithmic influence thing.
Is this a politician's answer? We need to figure out whether you like them or not. Do you get turned on by cat girls?
Does he like cat boys?
Whoa, hold on. I mean, look, I'm for everybody liking whatever, but at the same time, Mikko, you know, you are a highly regarded AI expert, and I want to. But I do want to mix it into AI as well. So I think
I have to give you a little bit of a background what I grew up with. Okay, so first of all, I'm like I said, mid-40s, and I'm a parent to 3 kids who are all grown-ups. Like my youngest kid is now 17 years old. Okay, and at this point, I also have to tell you a thing about my past that is an interesting one. So both of my parents are PhDs in academics, and they are both highly intellectual human beings. However, they also are devoted Christians. So they were basically at the same time religious and academic. And so I got an upbringing where I had the scientific worldview mixed in with this like Protestant Christian like
so no heavy metal, because that's a big thing in Finland.
Yeah, so as a kid I could not listen to heavy metal.
My heart's broken.
Yeah. Okay. However, I'm an agnostic now. I'm not religious myself, but you have to understand this. I am an oldest of 10 kids. So my parents had 10 kids.
Wow.
My mother, at the same time as having 10 kids, is basically a Mensa intellectual, and she also has 2 specializations as a doctor and a PhD in rheumatology. So if you think about this is a very, very interesting combination of things that I grew up with. And as I said, as a teenager, I was still part of demo scene, and I was participating in all kinds of underground movements, other things back in the day. I was also part of some hacker groups that we hacked the SMS system in Finland, and like created the mechanism of sending group SMSs with the price of one SMS, and stuff like this.
That is so amazing. I mean, I
Was that a
can
yes on the
actually
cat goal question?
hold on myself. Hold on. I actually can link it together. Hold on, I can link it together with this stuff you're talking about, where I think a lot of the underground internet culture today, like people on 4chan, for instance, anime has been very instrumental in their worldview. And I think one of the reasons is they see society around them being much more, they like to use, paused or whatever they want to call it. Like the idea being is that society, like I said before, families aren't together, everything's crumbling, and they see anime as something that at least lives up to certain archetypes. Like you would have a beautiful girl, and you would have like a strong guy, and the guy will have to go through challenges, and the girl too. But like, it's not just about this is me, this is my identity, you have to respect me because of my identity, which I think is a lot more today in the United States, with stuff like Steven Universe and a lot of that kind of culture.
Yeah, but you gotta, if I was gonna make a cartoon right now, like when I found out that Crunchyroll was doing their own anime, I was like, oh man, that's gonna be like Fist of the North Star and Berserk with like crazy muscle men. And then I look at it and it's like, oh, it's 3 little witch girls going to witch school. Oh. And I just felt so deflated because I was like, because in my mind, that's what I want to make. I want to make muscle men fighting monsters and robots and, Fist of the North Star, Berserk, the Guyver, really crazy high concept stuff. Like there's so much good stuff out there. To just write off anime and manga is just like, oh, it's this niche weird thing that the kids are into. Like I could put a copy of Gaio in anybody's hands. That's the Junji Ito. It's a story about the walking fish creature. So
Gyo.
Yeah, Gyo.
Gyo or Uzumaki, either one of those.
Yeah, Uzumaki's a little longer.
Yeah.
Gyo, it's about these strange fish creatures that have this contraption that looks like a spider that is locked onto them, and they're walking onto land, and there's a terrible smell that accompanies them. And it's all about the mystery of what in the hell is these things? What do they want? Why are they here? And it's a great piece of work. Like if I could put that in front of everybody, I would. Like if I could, oh man, like if I had a horror movie company, that would be the first thing I'd go after is let's buy all this.
This actually, work. I've never seen this before, I'll be honest, but this is exactly like a dream I had about 10 years or so ago, where I was walking along the boardwalk of the canal, and then all of a sudden these giant whales were in the sky, and then I was running to my old house, which was in Brighton, and all these fish were just coming out from my room. They were just like all slithering around.
This dude, speaking of the sky, he had another one that was like a 2 or 3 page story where these giant balloons that look like people's faces start floating into town. And it looks as everybody's face has a balloon that matches it, and there's a noose attached to the balloon, and the balloons are seeking out and hanging people and taking them off to God knows where, and that's the the horror story.
Japanese
very creepy,
horror.
Yeah, Japanese horror that like open to interpretation. It could mean anything to anybody. Very creepy, very well done art, and the Japanese style of comic books is usually like, one guy writes it, one guy draws it. They'll have assistants and stuff here and there to help out, but it's the vision of one dude. Whereas in American comics, there's usually a writer, there's artist, the inker, the letterer. Like there's a bunch of different people. Like there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Well,
very interesting work.
It's the same. Wait, just to be clear, it's the same in manga. They have their inkers, their letterers, their all of that stuff. But it truly is different in that it's more of an auteur Yeah, exactly. It's what One Piece was never going to be written by anybody other than
Yeah.
Ichiro Oda.
Well,
Like that,
fellas,
that's a singular person.
And this guy over here, Edogawa Rampo, definitely recommend his writing work. He was kind of like, his name is a play on words. It's kind of Edgar Allan Poe, Edogawa Rampo, but that was the name he decided to go by. Highly recommend his horror work.
I hate to break the rules, but I got Dungeons and Dragons live stream. Everybody be cool. Everybody love one another. Laugh more. Love more.
Absolutely.
Break the rules for a reason, man. Break the rules.
Have a
Charles,
good time,
thank you
man.
so much for
Roll some
coming in.
20s.
Yeah, every
Enjoy.
time I'm here, I love you guys. Like I love you, love everybody.
I love you
Peace,
too,
peace,
brother.
man.
Take care.
Have a good one,
And
Joe.
now
Bye,
we have
guys.
Gio.
Gio!
on his
Gio!
comeback. Where were you? Where
I'm
were
tagging
you,
him
brother?
in.
What's going
Based
on?
Italian, man.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, brother.
So just taking care of some business. Are we talking about anime again? Holy crap!
Okay, no, we're gonna go.
We have a
Gio's a-
legit
Gio's an
hacker
air-
He
on
still
the
hasn't answered
stream,
the question. It's
and you want to
simple,
talk
yes or
about
no.
anime. Oh
Yes.
my God.
So I don't know if
Yes
you've been
and no.
following. I know if you've been following Miko's story, but Miko's an amazing individual. He is in the world of artificial intelligence, and we were talking about Europe before as well, nationalism and all that. So as far as the EU goes, like I tried to get some information from people, and they were not having it. I tried to find out like what are some of the things that people are afraid of when it comes to the EU that maybe haven't really blossomed into something substantial. So I'm curious, Gio, if you'll be, as a Canadian, which is not part of the EU, but kind of close as far as certain experiences, would you be able to elucidate a little bit the fears and concerns of people
what is
about
the
EU?
Well, it was a Rand Corporation psyop. No, well, I mean, what is the topic? Just that's a pretty broad starting point.
The last thing we were
EU.
kind of talking about was sort of the
Copyright
structure
laws, or-
the structure of government in the EU versus here, right? Or sort of like the ways in which the EU affects the actual nations within it, right? One thing I did want to comment on really quick about that is sort of the idea of having multi-party system and the sort of first past the post system, right? That's what Canada uses as well. It can be really annoying on a federal level, but I genuinely think, even from a nationalistic perspective, it's probably the best way, because you're forced to have to be invested in the well-being of your neighbors, even the people who are politically disaligned to you. You're still, especially in a municipal and regional perspective, or even like a provincial perspective, because again, it becomes much more familiar, and the sort of net of power that's being held in all of these places is more interconnected within the people who actually live there versus, at a federal level. I don't know how well it always works. I know in Canada it's kind of annoying because it still kind of works out to be like America, where it's just blue or red, and there's other parties, but they don't do anything. Like
it's a better example. And well, I mean, in Italy, like places like Italy, it's like the other extreme where there's
like 5,000 parties. Exactly.
Coalitions.
But that's kind of cool. Like I feel like that's kind of cool. That's kind of like tribal. I mean, it's like those weird guys who wear the hats, or like whatever dumb thing that it used to be back in the day.
Or the ones that march on the streets.
Yeah.
And in multi-party systems, like the parties actually, there's constantly new parties being founded, and old parties die. So I think it also has a mechanism of regenerating the party systems to reflect the actual opinions of people, so they don't get stuck into the history.
Well,
and
think of it like America but they don't really have this, where they have coalitions within different parties. Like you have and the Republicans will have the Tea Party's dead, but I don't know, you'll have like on the Dems, you have like the DSA cells, and the Republicans would have like the Q-tards, the QAnon politicians. But then it's like they don't really have that, especially on a federal level. The first
that
past
shit
the post
feels like
system
controlled
is,
op too. It doesn't even
definitely.
feel
The
like
two-party system's like such a massive. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't even know
none
how
of those people
America
feel
really tolerates
genuine.
it to this point.
Yeah,
but-
So what I would also say is the fact that I think the first past the post is that sort of like multi-party system, I think is best in a sort of more ethnically homogenous place. Like I do not think that this works in that's why I bring up Canada, because Canada, I grew up there, right? Gio's from there. moving to the States is interesting to see the dichotomy, right? But you see how these things can be taken advantage of and manipulated by literal massive immigration from certain places. So certain areas of municipalities or cities or whatever become essentially ethnic enclaves, like you were describing in Sweden, where it's like there's this weird like separate society.
Well, Switzerland does that very well because they have different. Plus, they're like separated by mountains too. That's
yeah, but they're kind of always
but,
been like that, right? It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's
like
the
Italian part, the French part,
that took
But
a
you have to
really
understand-
long time, right,
When-
to establish.
Oh,
Canada
Mikko.
and stuff like that, right? Obviously.
Oh yeah,
That's-
Canada. It's a different.
Mikko,
Yeah.
yes. Mikko, go for it.
Mikko,
Yeah. So I want to pitch in on the Switzerland thing. So in Switzerland, a lot of the decisions are made locally. So you have basically local votes for all kinds of stuff. So they don't have as much of a role in the like federal or the top level. So a lot of the decisions are made locally, and that helps when you're having this kind of situation.
Yeah, like in Canada.
That's exactly it, right there.
Yeah, we have
know what I
a bit more like intense. I would even say even more than the States, like an intense regionalization than similar to that in Europe, because it's such a vast country separated by different peoples that were settled there that, well, I mean, even just like, okay, the Anglo side, the Francophone side, I mean, even like people in the prairies are like totally different than people in Ontario where I'm from.
It's legitimately the land makes them
Yeah.
different. The way in
Yeah,
which
exactly.
they live makes them different. The maritime people are completely different than people from Quebec and Ontario,
What about-
which are completely different from the
though,
plains.
though there are-
What
there
about
is still-
Europe though? I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
all vaguely in that
Hmm.
vein. It's like a branch of a tree, you know what I mean?
well, you know, the beginning of the EU. I mean, I feel like we should have logo on, but apparently he doesn't want to come back on. But whatever.
What? What's going on here?
Well, you
He
said
said-
no. Remember? For
Yeah,
round
to
two with-
that particular
Oh,
date. There may
well,
be other dates. So no, I'm gonna
But
keep
you
pushing.
know, the blueprint of the EU was started by the Marxist Hegelian philosopher Alexander Kojev, and he basically gave up political philosophy to become a bureaucrat because he thought that this would be a harbinger of what he called the universal world. What did he call it? The universal world state, the homogeneous universal state, where essentially the end of history will come about when you have, and the EU was like a testing ground for that. The end of history would come about when you have this universal state that can like do like the Hegelian absolute of like history recognizing itself. And like, you know, the whole, I mean, it was bastardized by Fukuyama, like, you know, events will occur, but history will end, even though that's kind of bullshit. But like the impetus of the EU was very much this born out of like an intense conflict breeding a synthesis of a homogeneity between various peoples throughout the world. And there's a lot of like philosophic justifications that he had, but essentially it was this like political philosophy project that became real. And make of that what you will. If this was not largely a product of after World War II, like certain like Anglo-American powers that had a sway, Anglo-Germanic American sort of crafting of the project of the EU. But yeah, to make of that, which I could go into the whole like logo rant about the Anglos.
Well, it makes sense. It's disruptive to have constant bloodbaths on the continent. Like it doesn't. It's not good for making money and trade. To every so often, one kind of ethnic group just pops off in Europe, and everybody else just curb stomps them until they shut up, and then they go on making money. You know what I mean? Like that's just like how it would work for like hundreds of years, right? So if you can eliminate that, it makes it much easier to fulfill the objective, which is wealth building for a specific sort of cadre.
We also have to understand that the historical differences between Europe and United States is that the outcasts from Europe who came to found the America were people who wanted to be more individualistic and less of the kind of like doing it for the community folks. So the individualism of the United States is part of the history of these outcasts who left Europe and wanted to build the new frontiers. So there's much more conformism in Europe, like in presence than in the United States in that regard.
The
I feel like
thing with
conformity is
go on.
breeded out of, in a way, like age. Like the longer the place stay, like you see this in a lot of older civilizations. It's like the people have figured out that it's smart to kind of blend in with each other and help each other out in that regard. Community works well for this, right? Nepotism, all of that becomes very powerful, or not powerful, but like ubiquitous. It's just everywhere, right? People just do, they help their family. They, you know, I mean, that's how things work. And you know, you move into a newer, more idealistic nations. They're like, yo, we gotta be, you know, it's all about you know, picking yourself up and, you know, you're doing it and going out and, you know, conquering the land and, you know, establishing the homestead and doing the whole thing. It's kind of funny, even with the example of the American settlers, right? Like a lot of those people just horrifically failed. Like they just got brutalized type of
Starved to
continent.
death.
Yeah, the North America was just like,
But-
no, it's not going to be easy for you. It's going to be very difficult. Good luck.
But
And-
another big thing. Go ahead, Remus.
Well, that kind of slaps the whole rugged individualism thing out of the air, you know, while it's being thrown. It's like the idealism being confronted by reality, which is no, you can't just be loner man. It doesn't work. You're gonna die if you do that. You need to figure out how to integrate yourself into the environment that you are coming into. You need to trade with the natives. You need to do these things. You know, make sure they don't kill you. Like you have to figure this out, because if you do it, if you try to do it alone, you are going to die 100%. Like that. That's the funnily, that's the lesson of the colonists, I guess, like that sort of initial colonization. But it's seen as though the Americans didn't learn this lesson. You know what I mean? Like even that perception from a European versus an American, right? Like I feel like Americans think about themselves this way a little bit, but at the same time, they're fully aware of the power of community. Like that's why the South is the way it is versus the North, right? Each of the coasts has its own like sort of like, you know, West Coast thing going on, like the East Coast thing. They kind of get each other a little bit.
Well, that was
those
like
things
the
are still present.
That was
Yeah.
like the Tocqueville thing about American consensus building, and how, like, you know, even more so than in Europe, Americans have this like what would you say, not hive mind, but yeah, because of their intense like yeoman existence. But what I would point out about the EU is that another thing, like philosophically as well, Kojev points to the need for recognition being like the final end of like the Hegelian project. So like the master slave, like the master wants recognition from the slave and so forth. So he says that when essentially like an impersonal managerial state will take over, and then like all ideology will be stamped out in favor of like pure knowledge. That is in part like the inspiration for projects like the European Union, where it's supposedly like beyond it's like this, you know, liberal anti-ideology, put it that way, of like this impersonal utilitarian state which will recognize every single being. And I mean, you know, it's kind of ridiculous, but
And also,
you know
you
what
must
I mean?
trust
That's
to
like
find the truth of all things. You know, trust the
Mhm.
science. Like it is the arbiter of what is reality and what is not. It
well,
tells
yeah,
you.
even
Yeah.
like,
Well, Mikko, as somebody who does come from a very scientific background, you know, dealing with AI, do you see what Gio is talking about here as far as the fear that people
oh yeah,
have
AI
when
plays
science,
into this as well.
when
yes.
science becomes God?
Transhumanism is Hegelian, and so I don't want to say that. Oh boy, that'd be kind of fucked up. But yes, transhumanism in some ways is Hegelian. Put it that way.
Yeah. So as a background, the Nordic countries are some of the least religious countries in the world, I think. The faith, like I think currently about 20% of Swedes and Norwegians believe in God or the existence of some supernatural governance. And in Finland and Denmark, I think it's about 30% or something. It's about 10% more. I think the trend has been down on every country for a very long time, and it continues to go that way. For some reason, there's still like about 70% of Finns who are members of the state church, and they do it mostly because they think that the services that the state church are offering to the general population are worth it, to be members of it, like even though they don't visit the church in general. So that's as a backdrop. As I said, I have a little bit of weird background myself because I grew up in a highly religious family who was at the same time academic in a country that wasn't that religious as a surrounding. I was bullied in school for that because the Finnish society was expecting conformance to the general societal environment, and I was bullied not because of my own who I was, but more who my parents were, and so I that's.
I imagine that scene in South Park where Mr. Garrison puts on the dunce cap on Stan, which says "I have faith." I don't know if you saw that episode of South Park.
Oh, that was the otter atheist one.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. But I took Quest when like as a young adult, I started figuring out like how is it even possible to be religious and academic at the same time, because it was like some mystery to me, like how this thing works, and some of you guys may be religious and things, and so I just explained how my dad defined it to me. He said that metaphorically speaking, your like think like your thoughts, like I said, your daily life and your perception of the world and your practical reality, and your perception is in your head, but your faith is in your heart, like metaphorically speaking, like saying that it's on an emotional layer of you, not on the rational layer. So he basically was able to contain the rational and emotional to different like realities and different realms, and that's okay. Like, I mean, it made sense to me, as a kid, that explanation really worked out. And then I was thinking, actually, when I had a lot of like emotional situations, it often connected to the like church or somehow to the religious experience. And that's when I got fascinated about the whole thing. Like I said, how does this whole thing even work? Like, I mean, how do the traditions spread, and how does this cultural evolution work? And I got excited about emotional intelligence, because emotional intelligence was something where you cross these things. Like, you basically had to use your rational and your emotional at the same time. And that quest left me into not only studying a lot of cultural evolution, but also interviewing people from different faiths and different backgrounds. Initially, I started by interviewing people from different faiths, and trying to make friends and building trust with people, like with the Sikh or with the Muslim woman with the burqa on, or like with the I mean, almost any religion. I just basically was first trying to get into the heads of people with different religious backgrounds. Then I started getting even more ambitious. I was like, I want to find people who are really like out of the matrix in a big time way, like in some crazy situations, like backgrounds that nobody is usually meeting. And I managed to find some spies, like that I discussed with and I got friends with. And then I basically even found I discussed with the person who smuggled cocaine for Bill Clinton from the Central America back in the 90s. And that was really fun.
Arkansas.
Yeah. Cool.
Did he mention those two poor kids who were on the railroad tracks that supposedly, smoked too much weed? I don't know if you've heard of that story.
No, I haven't heard that one.
But we'll get into that later. I mean, it's a whole
but
big
he
thing.
He had an amazing story to tell, and he actually showed me pictures, of the times that he was there, so that it all backed up. But if you want to hear this story, I can tell it to you. Like, it's a crazy story.
Absolutely.
So this guy in the 90s was a surfer boy. Okay. So he liked to chase the dangerous waves, around the world. He was surfing in Sri Lanka, during the Tamil War, like there was a war going on.
Tamil Tigers.
Yeah. And so he was doing this, and so he was living in a village, in Sri Lankan village, like while he was doing those waves. And in that village, there was a Dutch doctor living in the same village. So a guy from the Netherlands, and he found out by living in the village that young boys went to in this Dutch doctor's hut like during the evening and came out in the morning and looked abused, and and so he found out that this guy was a pedophile. I mean, makes sense. Like pedophiles escape often to the Southeast Asia. And
well, you're saying like because of your accent, it sounded like you were saying village, like rather than village. So it makes sense of the whole paedophile thing in the end.
Oh God,
it
myself.
ties in
Yeah.
with your accent.
Okay. Yes.
It takes a village. Oh.
Yes. Oh God. Wow. No,
I
that
have
is
a question about AI, by the way, for you, Mikko, because I'm curious to see where you stand on this.
Okay.
Completely sidetracked from my paedophile joke. What do you think about I think this is absurd, but you might not. I don't know. Like the whole AI is potentially going to take over the world or whatever. Like I don't believe that. What do you think about that? Like
Of
AI
course it
taking
will.
over.
Yeah, it definitely will, and
Definitely will.
It definitely will.
Get absolutely blown the fuck out, dude. Absolutely will. Yes.
Press
He's
And
not
that's
blown the fuck out. He's not said why. He just says he has an
It's the
opposite
eventuality
opinion
of the thing. It's better than you at everything, forever, no matter what, no matter
Yeah,
what
but
you
I'm
do
saying it's
instantly,
like, will it
forever.
actually get
Well,
to
I
that
don't know.
point?
I think
hold on a
there's
second.
inherent
I don't think that will.
limitations to machine learning,
its
though.
nature.
That's
Well,
what I
this
think
also
about
goes
machine.
back to what we are. So, Mikko, I'm curious, when you were looking into the various religions, did you look at any of the tantric stuff, like Kundalini, things of that nature?
I friended with. So I would like to complete that story that I started because
Yes.
it's a fascinating story.
Yes.
At some point.
Yes,
I know
myself.
that
You gotta get a hold of yourself, myself. So yes, Mikko, please continue.
Okay, I'll first tell the story to the end because it's a funny
Yes.
story. Okay, so now, so he gets angry to this pedophile, and he beats him up. Like it makes sense, like for a young guy, like who gets a confrontation on like this in the village. Turns out that this guy, the Dutch doctor, is a little bit connected in locally, which makes sense because if you want to stay a pedophile in that place, you have to be connected. So once he was walking on the jungle, somewhere close by, a local police comes in and basically brings with them a bag of cocaine and says that you were smuggling this. They literally set him up, in that situation. So now he's being set up by the police. They threw him in the local jail. And what can he say? Like it's his word against like a couple of police guys who claim that he was smuggling the cocaine that they brought themselves to the event. So now he's rotting in a jail in Sri Lanka during the Tamil War. It's not really fun. Like he's suffering. After a few days, there's some Americans showing up to this place. He's American himself. Okay, so now these Americans turned out to be CIA agents who are working in Sri Lanka, and they say that you seem to be in a deep trouble here. Like you're facing probably like 20 years for this cocaine smuggling or something, and and you probably won't survive the whole time because that how the things here are going in Sri Lanka. You'll probably die much earlier than that. And then they said that we can bail you out, but it's not going to happen for free. And these guys, what does that mean? And the guy said that, well, you will be available when we give you a call. We might have some jobs for you. And he's like, wow, like, okay, so what choices does he really have? Like he's in a jail in Sri Lanka, and being bailed out by the CIA. So he of course agrees, and now he flies back to the United States, of course, after that. And now while in the United States, like a few months later, like he gets a call, and they said, okay, surfer boy, now you go and surf in the Central America. It's a new destination for you. We have arranged you a place to live and some perks and some salary. But every now and then you will come back to the United States with your surfboard. That was basically the deal. And so what happened was that they basically had him live in the Central America for some time while he was surfing there. He was literally surfing there, but he came to the United States regularly with surfboards that were basically filled with cocaine. Like they basically guard the insides of the surfboards like out and then put the drugs in it. And they also had some paper what he called the get out of jail free card. That was inside his passport in case that somebody started asking too many questions. And and he said that a couple of times he had to use that, in the border checks. He said that he basically like went into bar, like how it ended was that he went into a bar in, I think, El Salvador, with some local CIA agents in the Central America, and he said that he was having a beers and he went to the toilet, so because he had drank some, and he heard from the toilet that there was a brawl going on inside the bar, and and now he looks from the toilet door at, wow, that there's some local military guys are now confronting the agents that he was having drinks with. So he decided that this is a dangerous situation. He left from the backside of that place and went to his place and then escaped the United States as quickly as possible. And he said that after that, they did not ask him to do that anymore. So it ended for him. They still monitored him for many years afterwards, but then his task was done. He said that he still doesn't know to this date like what happened to these guys that were with him in the bar when he escaped. But
can we get him on the show?
I don't think I can disclose this guy's identity.
Jesus, yeah, no, definitely can't. We'll have to do a 0 HP robo stream.
Yeah, he can use the voice encoder.
Yeah, the vocoder.
Yeah. But that is a very fascinating story. I mean, it's very interesting that today, it's interesting what you were talking about right now with the cocaine and the CIA. Mainstream people here would say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're like a tinfoil hatter."
I'm definitely. Lots of people call me that, and it's okay. I don't have any qualms of people calling me stuff like this. I also think that there's a bunch of conspiracy theories, like conspiracy truths, like where the conspiracy is true, and then there are a bunch of them that are false, and you just it's kind of hard to make sense. I do think that 9/11 was an inside job, so that definitely makes me a conspiracy theorist. But I back it up with science, so I don't make any arguments on the political reasons why it was done. I'm just saying that the official like a story that is being told to the public is absolutely not holding up with science. So
what is the situation? And I really haven't taken a look at it, but when it comes to be it 9/11 or be it any big event, when it comes to experts that come in that are supposed to know what they're talking about, that look through this and various pages are written, what stops there from being, let's say, highly regarded people, from Harvard or Yale or some other big universities who would see something about a particular story doesn't make sense, we don't like it, so we're going to come out and we're going to talk about it why doesn't that happen more often, you think?
There was a bunch of guys who actually came out, both from MIT and some university in Utah and some many other places, and they all got relegated or scolded or somehow put down, and then they just decided
they'll
it's
destroy
not worth
you.
it.
They'll destroy your reputation, or you'll get. And I imagine if you continue and are somebody who you got to think about it, right? If they're a threat in a way that's information based, you can just you can attack the source, right? You can make it seem like, oh, this information isn't real because this guy's fucking loony, or oh, look at this, look at this compromised situation we got him in, or whatever thing, right? That's kind of the Epstein thing. Yeah, right. Or if he continues and he is credible enough because he's say a Bill Cooper situation, right? Bill Cooper made himself kind of look crazy at the end because he knew he was probably going to be murdered, right? So he, it's a little bit like, oh, look at that crazy guy. But once he gets to the point where he is no longer he'll do anything, he doesn't have the fear anymore, then you just have to kill this person. You can't allow them to continue to do what they're doing, right? So that's what happens to you when you do that, I guess.
Actually,
who was it? Was it what was the reason? It was tax, something taxes. or something like that. That's why the cops came to his house, or that's why he got raided.
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
something like menial, or it was a gun charge or something.
Yeah, something ridiculous. And so that's what they just execute you
Yeah.
with police or whatever.
Any
you know
reason,
what I mean?
basically.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so I got this idea. I mean, I in Europe, like I didn't pay attention to these kind of things, but when I was in Silicon Valley and I hanged out with some of the local like top level entrepreneurs, I got lucky to hang out with some very famous people in Silicon Valley when I was living there, and and in some of those discussions that I had, like people brought up that 9/11 is an inside job, and it was coming from an extremely respected guy, and I'm like, what? Like, I mean, like my whole worldview changed at that moment, like in many ways. And then I started researching the topic, and I spent about, I think 9 months just researching the science, like the thermodynamics and other things. And I can prove with science basically that the official story is bullshit. And as I said, people always take a position that they say that, but like, you're really believing that somebody in the United States government can pull this off without getting caught or something. I said that now you're talking about faith. That's a faith topic. I'm talking about science. I'm only talking about science. And I said, like, I don't start to debate with you who did it and why. I just say that whatever the official story is, it doesn't hold science. And that's it. Like, if you can prove me that the official story is scientifically correct, then you go to the last pages of the NIST official story. It actually says that it's not following science, because it doesn't. I mean, wow. you have to believe that the laws of science, like I said, the laws of physics were changed during the time of 9/11 once in the history of humanity and the history of the planet, and then it came back. And you might have to believe that it was some godly event or some supernatural event that changed the laws for the duration of those towers coming down, and then it came back to normal. And that's basically what you have to believe in order to believe the story that is being told.
Well, that is
either way they let either way, whether it's the truth or not, like the government basically allowed it to happen either way. I feel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who did it.
They did have intelligence.
Now, people were also requesting Saturnalia, who is an incredibly quiet member now of this whole thing. I would love to. I know that he has diamonds of gold to talk about, and I feel like I must call on him. So, Saturnalia, what do you think about all this, my friend?
About conspiracy culture?
You are very quiet, though. You got to speak up. Your microphone is not... No, I do not hear you at all. Everybody subscribe, by the way. The more people that subscribe, the more we're going to be able to hear Saturnalia speak. So Saturnalia.
That's exactly how it works.
Exactly. So please. Yeah, I do not hear you at all, man. You gotta. There's something wrong with your microphone.
It's their fault.
Yeah,
it's using a headphone microphone.
Send him your energy
automatically.
Exactly.
Oh.
Earbud.
Hi.
What? That was
no. What is going on? Saturn. Oh, well, you're muted right now, Saturnalia. You gotta unmute yourself. You are muted. No, I still don't hear you.
He'll pop
try another mic
for 1 second. Very weird.
Try another mic.
My onboard.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I hear something. Keep talking.
Can you actually hear me now? I thought.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. There you go.
Every time I use my good mic, man, something goes wrong. But what do you want to hear about? Like conspiracy culture? Bill Cooper?
Yeah, conspiracy culture. I mean, your name's Saturnalia, planet Saturn, all that. It's a very interesting thing to also look at a lot of these things from more of a metaphysical point of view, as far as just real quick, Mikko, I don't know if like when you were going through your religious study, you've probably come across things related to that whole quote of "as above, so below." This idea that what goes on here in this plane is a reflection of what happens on higher planes. So, Saturnalia, I'm curious, how did you get into a lot of this, and what do you personally get out of it, and do you see these kind of reflections going on right now as well with society and the world?
Get into advanced parapolitics or conspiracy
metapolitics.
No, well, I would say more about the things related to magic, things related to the possibility of there being things beyond this realm. Like, how did you personally get into that, and would you be able to tie it together with certain historical occurrences that we've seen the past several years and are still seeing right now?
Well, yeah, I mean, I got into, I suppose, studying occultism Western esotericism through through conspiracy theory, right? Like when I was like a really little kid, I'm not really sure why, but I had sort of like an intensely paranoid worldview. I even when I was like a tiny child, I assumed that there were sort of dark things going on behind the scenes, I suppose. And you start studying conspiracy, right? You start studying even like Bill Cooper stuff, and you reach sort of like an inflection point where the allegations being made against certain people or the allegations surrounding world events become so grandiose and so extreme that they can only be like adequately assessed through like a almost like a metaphysical lens. They can only be assessed or believed in through some sort of narrative that goes beyond like mundane aspects of like conspiracy for profit or conspiracy for like geopolitical ends. And I don't know, that was always really fascinating to me. And what I've noticed is that among like, especially on like the older internet, there was almost an assumption being made that there was sort of like an occultic or like a mystery element to global conspiracy, right? Like if you look at 9/11, right? Like Mikko was talking about how the buildings couldn't have come down in like a physical sense, right? That it's physically unlikely that they could have been blown away like that, which is true. I don't know anything about physics. I don't know enough to say whether that's true or not. But what's a lot more interesting to me is the analysis that comes at it as sort of like a ritualistic event or something like that. There's like if you've ever read S.K. Bain, he wrote a book called 9/11 as Mass Ritual, and there's
that one. That's a great book. I love that book.
But there's a lot of stuff in there that's wacky. But there's a lot of stuff in there that leads you to a conclusion that certain aspects of like global, events can only be properly explained through like almost like a non-human agency. Like S.K. Bain and a lot of other people, they make such like wild accusations that the only way to explain like the actual motivating factors of it is essentially like the devil does it. Like you would almost have to ascribe like intelligence to a level that it couldn't be human to the levels of complexity going on.
This is interesting. Certainly, I had an opportunity. One of the persons that I interviewed, like as part of my, as I said, religious studies, like on these things, was a leader of a Satanist sect. That like we had a heart-to-heart conversation, and kind of like it was fascinating conversation in many ways. And I'm not sure, like I said, how many different directions like this whole like occultism and other things have taken, how many different types of approaches there are. But I mean, this guy's stories were like super fascinating. One of the things that I learned from him was that at least he saw this like whole universe as a multiverse, where basically like his the body or the being on this earth is just like like a representation of the multiverse total being. Like, and then he said that like being able to travel between these realms, like in the multiverse, from like I said, from reality to the other, and I said from universe to the other is one of the things that he's practicing to be able to do, and it's part of his practice.
Well, the framework seems to be, and you could even say that the Twin Towers represent the two columns of severity and mercy, Jachin and Bose. But the idea of this framework
really
is that
getting into it right now.
there does seem to be a universal framework of just like existence. And different cultures have mapped it out in their own way. The Egyptians mapped it out in their way. The Sumerians may have mapped it out in their way. But a lot of it, again, goes back to what I mentioned with Kundalini. So for those who don't know, Kundalini is this, or Gundalini, as we like to say on the stream, is this...
No one likes to say that except
no one
you.
likes to say it loud.
To the goons.
They say it in the chat. I did not
First
come up
time
with it.
back, everybody.
Somebody in the chat came up to it, but with it anyway. Kundalini is supposed to be a snake that is coiled 2.5 times or 3.5 times
around the base of your spine.
Yes, around. Well, yeah, in the
Yeah.
base, in the sacrum area.
Metaphysically, in a metaphysical sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
it climbs
Yeah.
the chakras. The
Yes,
first one
but-
being beneath
Yeah,
your
Base.
your sex organs.
Exactly. But the thing with Kundalini is that it is
chakra.
it's a primal sexual energy that is supposed to animate the entire universe. So if we have like a point of nothingness from which everything comes out, then in that sense Kundalini would be the fire, that ring of fire that I mentioned that Shiva dances around. It would be that primal energy that when you do a breathing technique, like a lot of people who already know about it here in the chat, including you, Buff, I'm looking at you, all the people
It's
know...
libidinal economy a few thousand
Yes,
years
yes,
before
exactly.
Sigmund Freud, yeah.
So you do breathing techniques, for instance, and you meditate, and all of a sudden this energy starts coming up through your spine, and you do feel it, at least I feel it, as a liquid energy that moves around, does like swirls in the spine, and eventually it's supposed to go through into your head, and it's supposed to release some kind of energy from above that then goes down. And the idea is that by undergoing this process, humans attain another level of reality. Humans are able to see certain things, experience certain things beyond their normal day-to-day awakening. And I think that if this is something that is real, and if this is something that is a part of the human body, then I think that the reality of being a human being would go beyond whatever it is that we grew up in and whatever it is that our close ancestors grew up in. And it may be, like, I'm of the opinion of, like, Graham Hancock, that there were ancient civilizations that existed back in the day, like Atlantis or whatever, that were advanced, and human beings had certain qualities that we lost over time, where now we're not as capable of achieving certain things as people may have been capable back then. And with AI, it brings up an interesting question to me. Is this a competitor? I think, personally, that AI is a kind of a test for people, because I don't think you'll be able to get rid of people, because what is people? I think that people, or like consciousness or whatever, I think it is one thing that's experiencing itself as different things. Now, you could make the argument that AI will enable to open the door for that same consciousness to come through another way. That is possible, but at the same time, it may be that this is a human test of survival to see if we have what it takes to give us some pressure to fight against.
But that's what we were talking about in the last stream, and maybe we could have Saturnalia on with Barrett. We were talking about, well, the conversation led to like Nick Land, but essentially when human intelligence is sort of exited from the human subject itself, like what happens in a way, it's like, you know, you could see these like weird events like 9/11 being like one of these monumental, like world changing events that have a lot of these like strange, almost synchronous attributes to it. Now imagine if like machine learning and AI could potentially foster a certain, and this like almost ties into what we were talking about with the EU, right? Because imagine like the, you know, personal, like professional managerial state, now they have all the access to this future artificial intelligence that can create, like, I don't know, some kind of like Isaac Asimov psychohistory type of stuff. Like imagine the power that would go. But then at the same time, I don't know, I feel that it would be beyond our imagination to some degree, because it seems that the way that technology is going now is that it's just a massification of what's already existing ways of like either selling you stuff or ways of placating you. Because it's like, well, how many times can you invent like the Pleasure Dome AI, like GANs, you know, Star Trek hologram, where it's like people can have the anime waifu cat girl, cat boy of their dreams. Like it seems that our imaginations are limited to this hedonic treadmill, to like this ability to wirehead ourselves.
Well, it's just one circle,
you know,
we're stuck in. That's the circle we're stuck in, and the idea with doing like these
Right.
breathing techniques and meditations, and I think Christianity as well, and sects of Islam and different denominations, they have the same understanding that there's something beyond that particular circle, and they're trying to get out of that circle through various means and go to something beyond it.
Breaking the cycle,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, breaking the cycle, exactly. I think that there is something to that. But it is interesting. Like, I don't know, Mikko, if there are professionals among your ranks who are also interested in DMT. When, if they do DMT, there are all these experiences. I mean, Joe Rogan has talked about it nonstop. There was an episode recently with, yesterday actually, on Tim Pool's show and his live stream with the co-director of DMT Quest and my friend John Chavez. He's the other co-director of it. And on that show yesterday, they talked about how all these scientists are doing these studies on DMT, trying to figure out what it is, but also seeing that DMT is produced in the body, it's produced in the lungs, it's produced in the bloodstream, and this is the chemical that you could say, like, unlocks these various realms that people can go into, that people describe who take these, pretty high doses of DMT. They describe it as a realer than reality type of experience, where this would seem more fake to them in comparison to what they end up experiencing for 15 minutes in this kind of realm. So I don't know if you've seen studies on it, if you've known friends that have gone through those experiences.
Yeah, so in terms of psychedelics, I mean, of course, there's different types of drugs like people are taking, and and in terms of psychedelics, I do know many people who experiment with them, and do lots of things. And I think the kind of acceptance towards psilocybin and some other ingredients like this is very much increasing all over the world right now. I think this could be the next one to be legalized after, like I said, after weed was legalized in lots of places. In terms of these things, how I connect this thing into the like human experiences, I look at the Burning Man as a reference. Like, Burning Man is basically an experience that gathers a lot of people that I call the neo-spiritualists, and lots of the things that what you are talking here kind of reference to that. So neo-spiritualists are basically people who want to see themselves and the humanity as something that is more than just more evolved animals. But it's a much more modern way of looking at it than the traditional religions have been taking. But what has happened with the Burning Man culture and all of these neo-spiritualists is that they have started developing structures that are resembling religion. And
yes.
so we kind of have come into full circle in the sense. So I identified, and this test that I do to a lot of the neo-spiritualist friends of mine, I basically asked them a few questions to test at what level of the neo-spiritualism they are on. And I classified it into 4 levels. And it's kind of funny because I usually don't tell them in advance. I just ask them a few questions and then I say, oh, you are level 3. And you are level 4. And it's like, what are you talking about? It's like, and then I explain them the definitions. So how I see the neo-spiritualism currently in those stages is that the first stage is usually that you start meditating. Meditation is basically connecting with your inner self in general. And that's usually the gateway towards neo-spiritualism. And then the next level, the level 2, happens when you start ritualizing your meditation into a cleansing experience. And this a cleansing experience that I'm talking about is very comparable, in its effects on human psyche as well as on the in its emotional touch to the forgiveness of sins, from the Christian church, or sacrificing to the poor, on the Hindu background, or depending on your faith background, there's different cleansing rituals. And so that's level 2. Level 3 happens when you start doing more intense meditations. So you could either do vipassana, or you can do some psychedelic drugs together with your meditation, which is also a common way.
What is the first one you mentioned again? The first meditation?
The level 1 was...
No. He said vipassana.
Vipassana. Oh, there we go. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So vipassana basically is an intense meditation retreat, like you can do, Jack Dorsey has done, and plenty of the well-known billionaires have been doing stuff like this. But the psychedelics is a common way of achieving the same. Like, and in that phase, in the level 3, people start talking about higher self. That's usually the term that they use. But you can also use the word soul from the religion, or like there's different words in different religions. But the higher self idea is that you literally use the psychedelics or the vipassana experience to start peeling the layers of your consciousness, and and trying to really get into the deeper and and levels beyond the current, like I said, the basic experience that you have in life. And that's basically, as I said, in terms of connection to the traditional religions, is the connection that you went from an agnostic or atheist status into first applying the religious cleansing ritual, which basically forgiveness of sins, and then going into belief on the soul, or like I said, the being that it goes beyond the physical body. And then the last level 4, which is also quite common, and it happens to a lot of people, is that you start basically considering your higher self to be able to communicate or roam in the realm of the, let's say, either multiverse or however you look at it, like looking at that your higher selves can communicate with each other beyond your current existing consciousness.
Yeah, like in the astral realm, basically.
Dreams. Yeah. And that's basically when you have come the full circle, where you're basically angels and gods and and people beyond, in the beyond, like become real to you as well in the neo-spirit. But that's like how it became a religion. I think I classify it as a faith.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So based on that scale, right? And the thing that I'm noticing is just first of all, it's experiential. You're essentially measuring the time and effort that they've put into their own experiential into the experience, right? They've plumbed the depths, right? They're going in. Do you think, like, and you mentioned that you're agnostic? No, it's no judgment. I'm simply saying, do you think that the more experience leading to basically a revival of the way in which we think of old religion, which is people that truly believe, right? True belief. It's not in any way LARPing or ironic or going through the motions. They genuinely believe these things because they've experienced them. Do you think that, to a level, kind of almost serves as a powerful indicator of maybe there's something to this? You know what I mean? Like it kind of, when you put, if somebody is lifting a lot of weights and their muscles aren't getting any bigger, you would probably go, hey, that's not gonna, that obviously doesn't work, right? So if they put in the work in this regard, and this is what they're reporting back, right, to the point where you even have a scaling system, for Christ's sake, right? That seems pretty, that seems like a pretty good indicator that maybe these people are doing something that maybe the thing that they're doing isn't coming to realize that this is the case. Maybe they're just gaining the ability to see it, and it was always there, and we just did not accept this, or we in many ways we banish these ideas from our minds. Like many of us, I imagine, if something like a traditional jinn from Islam, or like a tulpa, well, tulpas are self-made, but that kind of a non-corporeal entity or intelligence, if this was to show itself to you, would you even believe that it was real, or would you assume that you were hallucinating? Most people, I'm pretty sure, they would assume, like most materialists, rationalists, right? They would assume that they're hallucinating. They probably wouldn't believe it, even if it like gave them, like it said something to them that there's no way for it to have known, or like something that's proof to them. You know what I mean? Like, this is beyond a shadow of a doubt. I am showing you that I'm true and I'm real and this is the case. Most people will just go, that's fake. They'll just push it aside. I feel like that's the case, and this opens that up a little bit more.
Yeah. So okay. So first of all, we are already mixing as humanity. We are mixing the virtual with the real so badly that we cannot really make a difference between those two. So what is the base reality and what is the virtual reality as of now? Like, I mean, a lot of us confuse it all the time, and if you think about it, the experience that you have as a human being is electromagnetic fields actually running in your brain, So it's pretty much your own biological computer, like running a simulation of the world in your head, which creates you this experience. So how can I define that? What part of your experience happens in the like I said, in the virtual reality, or like in the base reality, or like I said, in the physical realm, or on the like electromagnetic fields? I mean, I wouldn't come to you to judge that. I'm just saying that I'm more so like myself. I look at these things as an observer. Like, I mean, I try to understand like why people are doing these things.
Okay.
And, I try to look at how all these experiences relate to other frameworks that are familiar. Like I said, this 4-level structure that I explained is just like how this connection to the traditional religion comes back through the neo-spiritualism, even though like you started from very different place, like meditation as a practice. I mean, I think it's healthy, and I would recommend it to everybody. Like, I mean, I do it myself. I have a Headspace app on my phone. And so.
But what if you get to the point where you start doing so much meditation and go to the retreat that eventually you start to see the jinn, you start to go into the astral realm, and you would be able to, let's say, meet somebody from some other part of the world? Because this, again, I didn't have this experience. This is a secondhand anecdotal experience from our friend who was here on the show. He was talking about how when he went into the astral realm, he saw this guy next to him as a tree stump man, and that tree stump man saw him as a moth. So it's interesting to think about, like, if people exist in that reality, they wouldn't see each other as they see themselves. They would see them as different avatars according to their own, like, filling in whatever information there is. But the interesting thing to me, if this conversation is true, because maybe it's not, but if it's true, he said that we then in that astral plane exchanged email addresses. And later on, when he was back, back here on Earth, he contacted this guy through email, and the guy responded. Now, that would be a very interesting claim.
Coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I participated a couple of times this thing called channeling. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this practice, but it's basically like talking through a person to an astral realm, and I wanted to experience it myself.
Somebody acting as a medium between you and another entity. You don't know if it's a person or not. Do not research. Do not do this. Anyway, go on.
Do not research.
Yes, do not do this. Go on. Absolutely. Go on.
Yeah. So I participated a couple of times.
Osco's Basculus, but it's Sissy Hypno. Oh,
go.
Yeah. So yeah, it was an interesting experience. Like, so I was basically asking questions to I think people from Arcturus and Sirius and and some other stars, and some of them, it was claimed to me, when I had this experience, like they claimed that they can also, as I said, project the future and see some things from the future and tell them to this term. So I asked a few future things like from them, just to see like how accurate forecasts or predictions they can make, out of the coming things. But of course, those things stayed at the level of horoscopes, in terms of the answers, so that they can, I can make it whatever I want about them. I tried to take very, very explicit answers out of it because I knew that if I can get it, like I can at least do some scientific proof on things. But of course, they didn't go that far. But yeah.
It's interesting. It's still a low level, though. Like, compare that to being able to actually go into a dream state where you exchange emails and then actually follow up. Because that would be, like, scientifically speaking, we would need to do a study where you have, like, 50 people trying this out and making sure that the people that they're reaching out to have no idea, like, who they are completely separated.
Didn't the CIA do this shit?
Well, here's the interesting thing, right? Like, the CIA, it may have done all this stuff long ago, and why should it tell any of us? Like, if it figures out that certain things are working, right? I mean, I don't know, like, Mikko.
Well,
like,
you can read the gateway process documents and stuff like that, and they're all pretty, like, they're basically, if you read the gateway process documents, they're basically just this conversation. Like, it's just them being like, well, this is what God is, this is what the universe is, this is how it works, this is what you have to do if you want to access these abilities. They're essentially just describing, you know, in a sterile fashion what the, you know, esoteric traditions of the world say, which is like, hey, if you understand how to, if you get yourself close enough to death, you will see the other side. If you cross over and come back, which they say you can do, you will see some real shit, boyo. But you might have a bad time. Like there's a lot of all of these things are sort of it, these ideas have existed for a long period of time. It's just interesting that the CIA put out this, or I think it was FBI declassified all this stuff, like some of these documents, right? But it's like it's just like the intro. Like it's like you're reading the first book, but then they don't tell you whether they actually like it worked. They're just like, yeah, this is what they say, and then it just ends. So you don't get the good stuff, but you have to assume that that every government of that time was at least trying this stuff. Like there's all these like sort of like old school internet rumors of like these, you know, Siamese twins that are like psychic. That's where fucking Stranger Things comes from. It's literally that idea of like that, you know, the government's keeping children that are psychic that can do all these crazy powers, and they're
I
keeping
thought Stranger
them...
Things were about like Zoomers having sexual frustration.
Oh yeah, that's the quote unquote subtext.
That
but
was
really,
real.
really,
Oh, no.
they bring up MK Ultra on that show. You know, I mean, the show was kind of using these ideas as the plotting, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that show really reminds me of those. All those
Yeah,
things.
that's literally the plot of the show. That's what 11 is. 11 is one of those kids. She's like they found she was psychic, and they brought her to some black ops CIA place, and she can go to the fucking upside down, which is, you know, their like version of the astral plane. Maybe you can call it like even these types. I'm the type of person that I don't think
it's an ugly looking astral plane though. It's so like
yeah, that's what I mean.
Although it does remind me of like a Link. You remember Legend of Zelda, where you play as Link? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
well, again, I think there's probably it's like the Norse, right? The Norse have the idea of the 9 realms, right? It doesn't have to be just like, oh, one and the other. Like you're awake or you're in that other zone, right? It can be many different types of like different pages of a magazine, you know what I mean? Or different pages of books. One book, but you know, you're on a different page. So here you see one thing, but this still would allow the whole as above, so below thing to exist. You know, I mean, many layers of one thing is still, you know, one system ultimately, that all affects one another. You know, it's hard to tell again with this kind of thing what's true and what's not. But I think the fact that even these organizations bothered kind of seems a little bit like, what means, you know?
Well, Mikko, your experience in Clubhouse, have you had similar conversations on there like this, or were people a little bit more, let's say, in like a certain, you know, like certain things that they wouldn't really let pass their idea of the world? I'm just not sure how open it is there.
Yeah, so my Clubhouse history is very short. I basically exited the Apple ecosystem in 2016 because I thought that it got too powerful, and I wanted to. I came into the Apple ecosystem in 2003 when it wasn't yet like the mainstream, and you know, and I also left it before everybody else. so I tried to always try to find some own ways. However, because the Clubhouse got so popular, I got invited to multiple things. Then I went out and, you know, I bought an iPhone for that purpose. So I have an iPhone just for Clubhouse. And so I only been in Clubhouse for a few days so far, and you know, and so I participated maybe like, I don't know, maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 discussions so far. So it's very short history. I'm going to be part of a scaling impact conversation in Sunday. On Sunday, I think it's Sunday afternoon our time. It's probably morning your time. But yeah, talking about the mechanisms of spreading good in the world.
I like that. Go on. Go for it, Gio.
No, have you? Did you listen to any of that audio of Clubhouse with Mike Tracy and Eric Weinstein getting like totally owned? Did you hear this?
I did not get to hear that. Please God, send me a link.
YouTube.
Oh my God.
It's amazing.
Oh my,
they literally bring it, like the one top comment in the video is at I think it was like 2 hours 40 minutes. They bring in Eric Weinstein for the killing, like the slaughterhouse floor.
Just murder him
like
publicly.
literally, they took over his Mike Tracy's clubhouse, and they're like, "You want to back Cash App in the bio?"
It's like watch. It sounded like videos of watching the Black Israelites just yell at people on the street,
Yeah.
like that level of
Crap,
just
that
like,
white boy!
"Cry, white boy, cry."
That's right. The
Wait, I
best
don't
one-
understand.
the
Okay,
best one,
I
it
don't
was the
understand
early
how this
2000s,
works. Yeah.
The Jewish guy walking over to them.
Oh
and he's
yeah,
like,
I remember that.
"You're making fun
man,
of the Holocaust."
You can't say
He's
that.
like, "You think it's a joke?" He's like,
Holocaust
"It's
is
a
a
joke," and there's fucking crying.
Oh
Dude,
man.
that video was unreal to watch.
But here's what I don't get. By the way, Gio, your
This could only
webcam is
happen in the early 2000s.
your
That
webcam
was
is
a particular
your
cultural
webcam is
moment.
blurry. Gio, your
It's the
webcam
steam
was
is
my
getting,
blurry.
webcam
it's
blurry.
me getting
There we
steamy
go.
of
Now
all
it's
the
better.
spots. It's steaming
Yeah.
up on
But
Gio's
here's what I
end
don't
and
get.
stuff.
Here's what I don't
At
get.
that
On
particular
Clubhouse,
cultural moment.
on Clubhouse, being Michael Tracy or the mods or whatever, like you can choose who gets to participate in the conversation. So why did they bring in people who were going to insult Weinstein? I don't understand that part of it. Did they just like, oh, why don't we try to just get this?
Well, because
I don't know.
Michael
They made
Tracy
the
was trying
mistake
to
of trying-
have.
Yeah, they made the mistake of trying to have a good faith argument with people
Yeah.
who have absolutely no intention of having a good faith argument with it. They don't care what you have to say. They don't care about your fucking stupid.
They
we
literally
got
said they don't
sense
care.
making,
Like, that's
sense making. I'm just gonna say sense making as much as I possibly. No, dude, they don't give a fuck. So they're just gonna do that. They're just gonna clown on you like that because all
But
they
it-
really care about is making you look stupid.
But in all seriousness, I think Clubhouse is indicative. Like if you like listen to the conversation in the beginnings, it seems that the framing of it, like I think it was Delicious Tacos that said like Clubhouse is ham radio for rich people. I mean,
Yeah.
for journalists.
IRC for blue checks.
Yeah, like the framing of it is like this, like impartial liberal speak of let's have a conversation on wokeism, and it's like I don't know, it seemed like it was so limp-wristed, but then as soon as like the woke people arrived, then like the Clubhouse, like the medium itself is like this weird amalgamation of like podcasting mixed with social media, which in theory is a good idea. I mean, I don't know, they had like Snapchat, but like in terms of a long form ham radio format, it seems like an interesting idea. But then in some ways you could say that with a human voice there's some power to it that even regulates for thoughts and beliefs even more so than an impersonal medium of text.
I've actually noticed what you're talking about. So
Voice
Gio,
mod people.
our great friend Catherine Brodsky, she recently had an event on cancel culture that she also invited me on, and there were people who were talking there about in similar ways that you would say, where let's say there was one woman who said things one way and then somebody else told her that well, you forgot about yada yada yada, and that's just, oh, I didn't mean to yada yada yada. And what I did, since I was there, I caught that, and I just made it known for everybody that I am not a fan of when things like that happen, when people kind of like bend the knee and fall back on whatever points, because there happen to be like certain disagreements about it, because in that way people end up self-censoring themselves. So at least, Gio, I'm out there and I'm going to try to kind of infuse the energy that's here into Clubhouse and be able to bring people from Clubhouse on, just like with Mikko, because Mikko, he's from Clubhouse. So that's where we met. So I want to keep doing these things to bridge these different worlds together, and I think it's incredibly important to do so. But you are right, like there does become, if I'm not there, it may become a bit of an echo chamber in certain respects, or at least I notice people bending the knee a little bit when they are afraid to offend. They're very polite, they're very respectful most of the time, so it is an interesting phenomenon. Yes?
I want to raise a very important point here. So we are at the moment where GPT-3, you probably all have heard about GPT-3, like OpenAI's like the text AI engine that is the best in the world currently. They ingested half the internet into this algorithm, like 175 billion like items in the system, and GPT-3 is extremely good algorithm. Like, I mean, it does produce credible text. And the thing is that now that they partnered with Microsoft and made it available to all possible social media tool makers as well as email tool makers and all the other things. There's about probably 1,000 companies currently that have access to GPT-3 who have been building products that are generating text. So what does it mean? It means that every company, every business on the earth, like who wants to have SEO, who wants to have any kind of presence in the internet, will find out that the marginal cost of generating text that serves their keywords and whatever other things that they want to have is now available like on a freaking monthly fee. They can generate as many social media posts and blog posts and other things as they want. That will completely destroy the text-based social media because you cannot trust anymore who is posting as a human and who is posting as an AI. Like, I mean, literally, like all the accounts can become AI-driven accounts. I have posted myself AI-generated text on my accounts just to see like if people react. And I've been sometimes telling it to people that you know, this is an AI-created post, and it's just to see how they react. But the thing is that at that moment, I think what will happen is that we lose trust on the whole text-based internet because we cannot know like who is generating what and with what motivation for what reason, because there's so much of text happening. It will kill SEO as well, because if you have infinite amount of text available in the web that is only generated there for the SEO purposes, SEO ceases to exist. So I do think that voice-based and video-based social networking in general will take over. It has to, because the text-based doesn't mean anything anymore.
I would love to ask this of the panel, but first I want to make sure, Valya, what time is it where you are right now? You got to turn on the mic because I can't hear you. It's very important that I find this out right now. What time is it in Quebec, for anybody who knows? I don't know, Gio, what time is it in Quebec?
Oh, it's, oh, fuck. Oh, what time?
It's probably about 7, maybe 8.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's 8...
it's exactly the same. Yeah, it's Eastern Central, so...
Okay, if it's 8... well, it's 7 right now, but if it's 8, you got to get out of there, because they still have the curfew. I don't know,
in
Gio,
Quebec,
right?
They still have the
He's
curfew.
a rebel.
Dude, we could see... No, don't say that. This is content, bro. What if we got to
I know
see
that
somebody get
Ontario
arrested?
got like, lifted.
I'm kidding. Yeah, no, don't get caught by the frogs, man. Gotta get inside.
it's not great. But Gio, to what Mikko was talking about with the texting, I mean, people can recognize your style of posting. I doubt a robot is going to be able to replace that. But do you think eventually...
It will.
No, it is true.
Twitter...
It will. No, it will,
yeah.
dude. It will. It'll figure you out. You're not as special as you think. They're good. They're good enough at figuring out the way you write, the way your particular style, the words you use in particular, because they're just, dude, it doesn't stop. It's endless. It doesn't sleep. It doesn't need to rest. It can just endlessly watch you. So, and endlessly analyze. So on that degree, it will always it can brute force anything, essentially, in theory, right? So that's why the idea that it's not going to be able to do something just kind of, it's like an oxymoronic. It kind of doesn't make sense. Like it can potentially do literally anything because that's its job, is to kind of just figure that out, no matter what the task is, right? Like that's the whole meme Sam Harris fear of the or I don't remember exactly who said it, but it's the whole what the paperclips thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it'll just make infinite paperclips forever, right? And that's the ultimate monster. But yeah, that's how it works.
Well,
so
yeah,
I'm gonna kick the AI's ass. It doesn't matter.
Well, here's
Exactly.
what I want to ask. Here's what I ask Mikko. So there was an incredibly popular episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast back in the day with Alex Jones, where he was talking about the big enchilada about AI. So I'm curious. I'm gonna just read this passage to you.
Enchilada, Joe.
So I'm gonna read this part of the passage, and I'm curious whether you would say that there is some merit to it, where he's just blowing stuff out of his ass. So here it goes. And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. I knew about this before it was declassified. I'm just saying I have good sources. That they wanted to build a giant artificial system, and Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity, with billions of people wired into it with the Internet of Things. So all of our thoughts go into it. And we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us, that are organic creatures, so they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, a true crystal ball. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand to make decisions that control the future. So then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals as we know, and the true 2.0, in a very bad way, hive mind consciousness with AI jacked into everyone, knowing our hopes and dreams, delivering it to us, not in some Philip K. Dick wirehead system where we plug in and give up on consciousness because of unlimited pleasure, but because we were already wired in and absorbed before we knew it by giving over our consciousness to the system, our daily decisions, that it was able to manipulate and control into a larger system. So I know that was a mouthful, but I'm curious what you would make of that.
I would agree with it. Like I've been doing this kind of manipulation myself. Like I've done a lot of experiments in this field. Like I've done this behavioral manipulation algorithms and stuff like this, and it works so powerfully and so easily in such a large scale that
it must be fucking terrifying.
It is terrifying. It's fucking terrifying. I agree. Yeah. And I've been terrified myself. Like, I mean, I've done something and I felt shit. Like,
it's like watching the development of a monster. Like you're watching a baby monster be born and figure out the world and how to eat it.
Spawn. Huh?
Yeah, man. Like I was gonna bring this up. The idea that AI is simply a glove for extra dimensional intelligence to sit in, right? Like maybe that isn't true in the sense that you kind of know how the ones and zeros of this thing work a little bit more. But I think the idea that of building a body for an intelligence that exists outside of physical space per se, right?
Mm-hmm. I would recommend a book. Like guys, just get this book called Life 3.0 if you haven't read it yet. Okay. It's written by a guy named Max Tegmark. Max Tegmark is a professor of AI in MIT, I think, and he's well known like in the AI circles. So what he did, he created basically this framework of defining like how the life evolves in general, and we are currently at the version 2.0. I'll just give you the steps so that you understand where he's heading with this. So life 1.0 was the life that was evolving based on biological evolution. So basically you had this fitness test on all of these organisms that the strongest will survive and then the less strong will not survive. What changed was that when humans gained the ability of communicating with each other and creating symbols like out of things so that they could be communicated, we reached the level life 2.0. Life 2.0 is basically a life where the hardware is still a product of biological evolution. In our case, it's the body, but the software is configurable during the lifetime of the human being. So you can basically learn new things, and you can basically change the mind of people. And life 3.0 is basically when life moves out from these human physical bodies into any type of substrates. Now you basically have intelligence that can live in the substrate and can change the substrates, can move across the substrates to different places, and that's when this kind of like the whole the intelligence can take over the whole universe. And it's a very like a common sense way of looking at this, and his explanations are his very, very interesting stories in that book, like how he does it. Like so, even explains how a super intelligent AI will emerge, like as a like fictional story, but using his own concepts as a model. But yeah.
And we have a super chat, by the way, $5 from Super Iron Bob. OpenAI's DALL-E, that's DALLE, generating images from text, disagrees with the assertion that text will be uniquely untrustable. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah. So basically, there's the thing, like everything will, like I said, mix up over time. Like I said, everything that we will perceive could be manipulated by artificial intelligence, and and anything that like the whole like existence that we have around us can be filled with artificial intelligence. And the thing is that right now, like the GPT-3 and maybe the GPT-4 or whatever comes next, enables a standard tool maker, like a freaking software startup, like from somewhere, to take that power of that AI and deliver it to you as a tool. And say that you can start generating social media posts. Let's say that you start tweeting with that bot. You have a bot that generates the exact tone of voice of Lev Polyakov, and then has everything like you, talks about stuff that you care about, and you tell that you put the goal setting on that AI that says that this Lev Polyakov tweet account will have to drive these keywords in, like mixed in with this kind of like secondary keywords, so that the SEO for this thing will go up and whatever other things happen, and give links to these places to drive traffic to your YouTube channel or whatever it is. Why wouldn't you do that? It makes a lot of sense for you to do that, because then it's an autopilot. You don't have to do shit.
But everybody else is also an autopilot, so it's
exactly.
robots talking to robots.
So,
and at the end of the day, what are the people who are actually conscious creatures doing? I mean, There is another thing I would like to add to this, which is the NPC theory, and they were also talking about it in Tim Pool's show yesterday, but this is something that comes up on 4chan a lot. It's this idea that there are people who exist that are like the players of the game, that are conscious of existing, but then there are other people who aren't conscious at all, that are just there to, like in a video game, the NPC non-playable character, that they're just there like to do certain tasks, and there's no way for you to really know. I mean, there's no way for me to know whether, this is a very solipsistic statement, but there's no way for me to know who anybody is at all, other than the experience that I'm having right now. For all I know, everything that's occurring around me right now is just but there's no way for me to know, and there's no way for you to know. But
who among us is truly awake?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that not truly awakeness, I think that talks about all these meditation experiences that people have, where they describe it as connecting the subject to the object, and everything becomes one, and at that point they do feel like they are a part of everything. My concern with psychedelics specifically is that I feel it's like brute forcing a door open prematurely, and I think that either there is no reason for anything to exist, or there is a reason for everything to exist. And if there is a reason, then what we're going through right now is a test of our own experience. So you were born in this state. What do you choose to do in this state? How do you go about whatever problems are going to come your way?
I wanted to mention Saturnalia had a very interesting thread when he came back to Twitter, that catalog, and this sort of plays, we're talking about, catalog this poster on, was it Godlike Productions, Saturnalia?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he talked about the rise of AI and how governments will sort of use it for their own purposes. But it was like scary accurate, a lot of the stuff. It was, and people thought it was just some schizo poster on like the conspiracy for, before the export, there was Godlike Productions. So, but maybe you could give your take with your vast knowledge of the occult on, I know like this is sort of like a field on itself, like the interlinking of like AI and different, for example, like Gnosticism is often correlated with AI. And is Vaja in the street corner? Oh my god!
Yeah,
but maybe you can lend your knowledge to this. Like, what's your opinion on AI, or is it just like a fancy sort of like nerd way of expressing something deeper, or is it an impossibility? Like, who knows? I personally, I have my critiques. I think like I don't know. It comes to human intelligence replicating it. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'll put it there.
like for right now, I am kind of a techno-skeptic. But in like a purely like theoretical sense, I don't know anything about current AI development, but I'm still skeptical of it. But in a purely theoretical sense, AI poses like a terrible fulfillment of of the idea of consciousness, right? Like a lot of people point out and say like, oh, like AI is the coming of the Antichrist, or like, but like from a theological perspective, it kind of is, right? Because what differentiates Gnosticism, or sort of esoteric Gnostic thought, from sort of orthodox thought, is that there's a progression, that in this like Gnostic idea, you progress through these phases of wisdom. You go from being an NPC, aka a Hylic, you go to become a psychic, and then a pneumatic, to like spread this doctrine to other people, and you progress upward. That man becomes higher. He rises up and becomes like a god or a god himself. And this dovetails very, very easily with the idea of AI. And then you go and I mean, it links in with psychedelics too, right? Like Timothy Leary, and you read like Siberia and stuff. That Timothy Leary thought that the internet, and that I guess what his sort of early conception of AI would be like a fulfillment of the psychedelic experience. That it would be.
McKenna thought as well
like
with Time Wave Zero.
Yeah, and then like I don't know. I was just thinking about, and I mean, all this psychedelic stuff goes straight back to the CIA, which worries well. But
I have it right. I have it right here because I was prepping for the Pinchback stream.
Oh,
Yes,
nice.
it goes all the way back to the glow in the darks. So.
And I mean, like the same idea is contained in like these sort of like shared minds or like hive mind stuff. This goes all the way back, like in the 50s and 60s when the CIA first isolated ayahuasca. They were doing stuff with ayahuasca. There's a compound in it called harmine, or D-harmaline, and these guys like I forget who it was, like Humphrey Osmond, I think. They had this idea that harmine could allow you to instantly, like quantumly, communicate your thoughts to other people. That it was a chemical that could make you psychic. And I don't think that's like empirically true. Like they've done many more experiments with harmine, and I don't think it actually does that. But it shows you like where their head is at, right? It shows you where the heads of the people who sort of are really running stuff, where they want to go. And I don't know, it like this concept of this sort of like hive mind AI that can predict the past and or predict the future and impinge on the past through time is alarming to me, and I kind of think it's already happened. I kind of think.
You know what I'm more worried about, right? Rather than machine, and this is going to sound silly, and I know it's going to sound silly, but what I worry about more than machine intelligence is machine unintelligence. Is the fact that like AI, we give it like these kind of reigns of like YouTube and Twitter and shit like that. And what it's doing right now is it's machine unintelligence, and it's just like censoring bullshit, you know, like Twitter and that.
Yeah, it's an impersonal metric.
It's not only is it impersonal, but it's just fucking. It seems to be just like random almost. Like there's some kind of like general if you're like slightly edgy, but.
Or when they'll try to like take control of the AI, like for example, with this ridiculous radicalization narrative. So instead of getting like a Jordan Peterson video and then getting like, I don't know, a Daily Show video, then you'll get like a bread tuber will come up on your feed. But then like Google will manipulate results and like compare the search results between like DuckDuckGo and Google. Sorry. No, it's because I was watching the Sam Hyde video where he's like about how Google has to like all these tech companies, they have these like this baby talk type of like language.
Yeah.
Where they'll like in
or
their
the flat
logos
art.
even.
It's infantilizing.
Yeah,
It's infantilizing
Yeah.
because they're supposed to be mommy and daddy now. You know what I mean? They're
like
mommy.
Google
Miko,
is like mommy.
Mika,
and
have you
daddy,
seen
yeah.
the flat
Big
art? Do you know
mommy
what we're
Google
talking about?
breasts.
I just want to make sure. Okay, I will show you an example of flat art. I mean, R.I.P. You know, Eli Schiff. He had a great
Oh
account.
yeah, rip.
Yeah, I got taken down. Press have to pay respects.
Oh
Let
yeah,
me
we
see
didn't
if
talk about the Purge, did we?
we talked
little
about
bit
it in
at
the
the
beginning,
beginning.
but
Yeah.
we
What
can
did we
definitely
say?
talk about it again. I mean, we are gonna have more guests coming
It's
in. We are
bullshit, bro.
yeah.
That's what we said.
Well,
So
I
here-
know that.
Why do you
but-
guys use a site? Why do you guys
So
use
this-
Twitter when it clearly doesn't respect you?
So you
Twitter
see the
doesn't
image
respect
over
you
here?
at all.
So that's an example of flat design, and I'm sure Mika,
yeah,
you've
yeah,
seen
yeah, of
a
course.
lot of these kind of things on all the social media. You know, like these very
people.
blob people. These colors that aren't really that provoking. But when you compare that to something like, I don't know, like a Tony the Tiger from the 1950s. You know, back when you know, the boomers, like, I think they
No, that was what
Yeah.
they call like the modern term for it of that particular design.
Cartoon modern? I don't know. That's what
Yeah, something like that,
Amit
yeah.
Amidi called it in his book. But this is so much better. I mean, just take a look at this. Like, there's life in this. I mean, the shapes are simple, but it's done like with these nice, warm, inviting colors. So I really do think that the boomers got reincarnated into a very nice Loka. You know, like, if reincarnation exists, and if reincarnation isn't based on any particular, like, trajectory of time, then maybe if we're good, we get to reincarnate as boomers back in the 50s and experience a world full of sugary cereal, you know, having sex, drugs, rock and roll, and then becoming yuppies and then retiring.
I
You
feel
know,
like part of the
when things
reason why you
going-
think that looks so good, like I don't think it's all the actual things credit. I feel like it's partly because of the decay of time in the background because of the color. If it was a fresh new box of cereal, I don't think it looked
No.
nearly as good. You
No,
know what I mean? It's
I
that kind of weird
disagree.
decay to it.
I
Really?
disagree. I look at the colors.
No, I think it's. I'm
the
not
gray.
saying. Yeah.
No. The gray and the orange. It should be like a bright orange. Like I'm not saying the colors aren't saturated, but they complement each other much better. Same thing with a lot of Japanese art. Like, I think this is, again, Miko, why a lot of people gravitate towards anime, toward cat girls, you know, the reason why they do that is because they see a lot of good art in Japanese culture, that they are still grounded to this idea of good taste. While I think a lot of American art has sort of, tried to play fast and loose with artistic principles, and as a result, it doesn't really, everybody wants to be so fucking special at the end of the day, which may be why we see a lot of things like Big Mouth coming out, and it's not really worth a damn in terms of the style, I think. But anyway, speaking of cartoons, actually, I really wanted to go. Why are these messages getting retracted, guys? It is not me that's doing that. I don't know why. Anyway, I want to get to Lola Bunny, but we're waiting on yes. No, but we're waiting on Hotep Sophia because she just woke up recently, and I would love. I mean, she is, from my generation. Like, I don't know if you know this, Miko. I am also not that young. I am 32 years old. And I know that I look younger, but that's just because of me doing the Wim Hof method. It's one of those things. But anyway, we're going to talk
really
about...
need to make a BTR bingo at some point. Like, just the stuff that comes up on a BTR stream. There's definitely themes. There's furry stuff.
Well, Lola Bunny's
there's
coming.
Furry
before-
scooters,
before-
Windhoff,
hold on. But before...
Christian.
Kundalini Christian.
Yeah. Well, before we go to Chris. Okay, actually, you know what? I owe it to Miko to show him Sonichu just for a second. I'm gonna show you Sonichu. But then I wanted to ask you about artificial
Thank
intelligence
God this isn't a
with the.
series.
No. But then I wanted to ask you about artificial intelligence in terms of that Alex Jones thing he mentioned, where he was talking about how Google now has this AI with actual physical biological neurons. So that's something that I read to you, and you said that you agreed with the general statement.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, you have to understand that the human brain is basically a computer that runs on a biological substrate. And I mentioned the Life 3.0 because that basically says that the substrates can be different, like in the Life 3.0 version. Like, so you can go synthetic substrate, you can go biological substrate. Maybe we develop a organic computers in the future. My dad was a professor of biomedical engineering. He's now retired, but he did a bunch of stuff like with human-machine interfaces. Like, he had a research project where they measured the data transfer capacity of human hand, like how much data flows through your hand, like when the commands are coming from there, and it was approximately that of a USB port. So literally, what you can do, you can chop your hand off, you can put the USB port on it, and you can use your brain to control the devices like via your hand, like on the other side, or take information in the same way. You can also mute that information because you can use something that is comparable to the noise cancellation that I have on my headphones. That you can put this noise in. They also did experiments with that. So what that means is that if you put the noise cancellation on your signals, on your neural networks, inside your body, you can cancel your pain signals, and you can basically have live surgery on your knee or something without feeling anything else than some tickling, because this counter signal systems are muting the pain signals on your neural network before they hit the brain. It's kind of interesting, but so from that point of view, how these computers are actually made and what kind of substrates they run on, it doesn't matter really. Like, I mean, in AI side, the most important thing that you have to understand that there's currently, and this is actually something that I discussed with a guy named Hod Lipson. Hod Lipson is a AI professor in Columbia University. So we were both speaking at the Singularity University event about
Nice.
AI, and we had the conversation like after the speeches, and you know, and I asked him like, I was like, how do you see the superintelligence emerging? And he said that one of the things that people get wrong, because they think that what they think is that some Google lab will evolve some like Frankenstein of an AI that just emerges out of there in the same way as Frankenstein in the movie emerges. But the real thing, what is happening is that we are building this like huge forest of narrow AIs. Like we have like thousands of new narrow AIs coming up like on a weekly basis or maybe in a daily basis. And every time that you have like a new narrow AI coming in, one human skill drops to the AI. Like, I mean, AI takes over one human skill from us, and becomes a super intelligent on that one skill. And, you know, and instead that now we already have a lot of super intelligence in the world. Like, I mean, lots of tasks the AI can do better than us. But every time that we see that, I mean, we just have a news where like somebody says that now AI does better, let's say, I don't know, breast cancer detection than human eyes can do, like human doctors can do, or something like this. Then we said, yeah, okay, fine. You know, AI did this, but you know, it's not a human. Like, I mean, we always do the same rationalization. And he said we will continue doing that until there's no skills left that humans do better than AI. Like he said that we will always say, but it's not human. And the only thing that it takes after we have these like millions of narrow AIs around us is to create a governance AI or systemic algorithms that are basically able to govern all of these narrow AIs. And that's it. You know, it's not like if you think about this, like AGI emerging, it emerges by first having a forest and then connecting it like all together.
Wow, that's a pretty scary thought. But at the same time, the one thing that still gives me a bit of hope is this idea that human beings, there's more to us than just meets the eye. Again, if we are talking about, you know, Kundalini, all these various experiences that people have when they go into a dream state, if these things exist, you know, beyond just some mass delusion that everybody experiences in the meditation state, then, I don't know, like, I'm definitely going to look up that book and check it out, the one that you recommended, and I'm really thankful for you introducing it. But I still wonder, as far as our life goes, and we have Andrea Seabrook coming in here right now, but I do wonder, as far as our life goes, whether we... Hey, Andrea, how are you?
Sorry. Newbie move.
Oh, no problem at all. So I just want to finish up here. So my basic point is that I still wonder who exactly we are as human beings, as far as whether the symbols and the ideas may have come first, not so much as human beings acquiring the ideas, but the ideas being something that ended up giving birth to the human form, where I see the human form almost like, despite all of our various problems and back pain and this and that, the human form, there is still something very special about it to me, in the sense of it seems like an optimal form to explore the universe with. And I don't think that that's just some coincidence that we happen to have this particular form for exploring and talking and thinking and doing all these things that we're doing. I think it is a gift that we have this, and whatever happens from this, like it may be that we're going to lose certain things through the process of AI acquiring them, but maybe it's going to be a weeding out process for people who may start to, in reaction to AI doing a lot of these things, start to go inside and try to figure out who exactly we are, and maybe get to a level that's higher than the one that we were in previously. So that is at least my hope. But we have Andrea Seabrook here. Andrea, thank you so much for coming in. And for those who don't know who Andrea is an American journalist. Oh, somebody has their sound on. I don't know, Andrea, is that...
It's still me, so don't say anything interesting. I'll be back.
Hold on. I'm just okay. So Andrea is going to... Yes. So Andrea Seabrook is an American journalist reporting on various formats. She is known for her coverage of politics, Congress, and the White House, for her work hosting NPR's signature news programs, All Things Considered, Weekend Edition, Talk of the Nation, and others. So there we go. Andrea, thank you so much for being here. Oh, not yet. Okay, so while Andrea is still loading up here, I just want to thank everybody for being here on BTR and talking with us. And subscribe. Keep on subscribing, because this is our lifeblood. And also go to patreon.com/breaktherules. We got to get more patrons. And also shout out to the great Aman Saad, who our great patron. I just really want to appreciate all the time. It is still on. I still hear
Echo.
Yeah, I still hear the echo
You sound like a monster
it.
monster truck rally announcer.
Sunday.
Okay,
right,
I've been trying to like rewire the MIDI insides of my computer, and I have completely fucked it up. So I'm gonna go try and fix that, and I will come back when I don't.
Sounds great. And plan B would be cell phones. Cell phones always work. That's perhaps
Or just
okay.
headphones.
Let me.
Briefly
While
with
we're
the
waiting for
AI
Andre.
Oh, you've got headphones in more.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I feel like the biggest test would be for this whole like idea, right, of what makes us human, what makes us AI type thing, right, is, well, one, it would have to be embodied, like it would have to have a body, right? But the interesting thing would be to see how you put them to the problem of spirituality. Like if they don't have lungs, how do they do breathing techniques? If they don't, you know what I mean? All of that kind of thing. Seeing how it would game out the sort of trying to figure out how to find whether this is true or not type thing. Like if you were to task a super intelligent AI with, is this real? Like can you prove empirically that, say, Kundalini is real and true and possible for every human being to do? They just need to do it, right? How would it figure that out? I feel like that would be the greatest test of whether the thing is like a real boon or something that's destructive to humanity's ability to continue being what it is, which is partly a spiritual entity. You know what I mean? We do have that dimension. So I feel like that would be very interesting to see. I'm very curious as to how that would work out. Because, you know, if you think about it, like how it deals with, like, say something like music, or it could easily quantify this process and make music the likes of which we've never heard. But how would it deal with something like that? That would be very interesting to see.
Absolutely. We need to find out whether whether Kundalini is true and honest. And that is why I have so Mikko, this is Sonic.
He's here. No, that was you, Lev. Oh, for fuck's sake.
So that is Sonichu. You recognize that? Oh, actually, by the way, Mikko, have you ever heard of Spurdo Sparte?
No.
Okay, so
you're about to have a real journalist on you talk about.
Okay, so Spurdo Sparte was a meme that was created on a Finland message board. So Finnish culture, when it comes to memes, they're very, very interesting. Like they're very special, I'd say, in how they do it. So this is Spurdo over here. You see him, right? This is the guy.
I've seen that character. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So he was based on Pedo Bear, who was a 4chan meme, who was based on Kuma, and Kuma means bear in Japan. And Kuma was a popular meme made out of just like the the text characters on a 2channel, which was also like the predecessor to 4chan in America. 2channel was the Japanese image board. I think it's still around, where Japanese people were anonymous, and
Definitely
by being anonymous. Yeah, by being anonymous, you get to communicate, especially for a very tight, very insulated society like the Japanese, as far as, not being able to tell what's on their mind to people. You have to put on a face, as they say, and this board allowed people to communicate things they otherwise wouldn't. And they created these various characters like Kuma, and Kuma turned into Pedo Bear, and Pedo Bear turned into Spurdo Sparte. And Spurdo Sparte then turned into like La American Bear, and one of my favorite images of the patriotic Spurdo. And maybe there's one for Finland as well. I'm pretty sure there is.
There has to be.
Yeah, but basically patriotic Spurdo, what I love about him is that there are different versions of him being patriotic. Like this is
I
the
love
one.
that one. Freedom ain't free.
Yes.
That was,
Yeah,
So-
my favorite is the Shadow of the Torturer parody of it.
oh,
I have to see the Shadow
true liberty,
Torture.
freedom gotta be littered with the blood of patriots.
But what I love about him is just like the face over here. There is just like imagine
yeah,
being
I know.
this guy.
I don't know why. There's some compelling about
You know,
that
like
He's a
particular
Chad.
patriotic. Yeah.
yeah,
He's a Chad.
like we have all of these thoughts in our head about AI and like all these horrible things that may happen, but this guy, he's pure. You know, he's just so proud of being an American, and he knows exactly what he wants and what
to
he
grow.
likes. You know, he's just looking out at the world with, confidence. And I think that is a very important thing to have. And another favorite version of mine is the Roman one. Let's see if I could find that real quick. Here we go.
The Roman one is so good.
Yeah, the Roman one.
Yeah.
Yeah, him again.
Yeah.
Just look at him. Can imagine.
So this is the
Imagine
Roman
being
one.
in Germania and like he's like your,
Can't you see this on the wall?
yeah, public aid free shred of Mars gotta be littered.
I think he looks like Hulk Hogan.
Remus, not Jesus of Nazareth. Oh my
Praise
God.
Jupiter.
That look a bit like Hulk Hogan.
Praise Jupiter.
Praise Jupiter.
Yeah, I know there probably were people out there like that back in the ancient Roman times who, especially when you wore, like, compared to all the other stuff that people wore, you got to wear this, nice looking helmet with the horse hair on top of it and, the pauldrons and the cape. I mean, they must have felt so nice, just like wearing all that stuff. And, other people were just like wearing like rags or something in comparison. So-
It's a civilizational mogging. You're just walking around, just absolutely making every other country that you were in feel like shit. Because they're just like, yeah, what are you going to do? Cry? You can't stop me. Yes, we have to discuss Gondola, though.
Oh, yes,
must
Gondola
be
is very,
discussed.
Gondola
very
is the
important.
like in some
Yes,
ways like an
he's
anti-meme.
important.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
I want to bring
Yes.
back once more. Like you mentioned the symbols, like which you said is an important part of human like history. The symbols actually are important also in the narrative of artificial intelligence. So we actually started the development of AI from a symbolic AI, like which we currently call the good old-fashioned AI, GOFA, and the symbolic AIs initially like were very simple, like logics, and I mean today we don't really call them anymore AIs because of what we kind of relegated that because we discovered deep learning. And deep learning, on the other hand, simulates the biological evolution of humans, and and all the life on Earth. Basically, looking at all this, like neurons learning things like in the same way. And now, like we basically started from the symbolic side, which is the life 2.0. We went back on the step to the biological evolution phase of the AI, and now we are synthesizing them to go to the level 3, which is now what you could call either intelligible intelligence, like what Max Tegmark is saying, or you can say a AI that is able to reason and have a causal connections, like what is Geoffrey. How I'm blanking out the name, like the granddaddy of deep learning, like Geoffrey something. Yeah.
Let me take
He's
a look.
Canadian.
I'm so ashamed that when is it Joffrey Hinton?
Hinton, yeah, Hinton.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the two guys who are basically trying to build towards like this kind of like general AIs from different angles on both sides.
But when it comes to symbolism and AI, I wonder, like, I still think that there are certain universal symbols out there, like, the triangle, so, I mean, all the basic shapes. And at least for me, what I ended up experiencing in the meditation states, again, fill out your BTR bingo card right now, because you know what's coming. So here we go. Okay, so when I do when I do the Wim Hof method, I see a light in the very center. It's always in the center, and it turns into a triangle. And the way it turns into a triangle also is that, let's say, there are lines that come out of the light, but they only come out, like, let's say, in the bottom, and then other lights appear like as an arc, sometimes like this. So you would have like a light in the center and then other lights like a smiley face, and that would turn into a triangle, a DNA helix, a lot of other interesting shapes. So that's why I think like symbolism is inherent in the human self to experience.
I'm also well aware of the neo-spiritualists like sacred geometries. Like, I mean, there's plenty of stuff going around that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Andrea, you're finally here with us. Oh, yes. Go on, and then we're going to go to Andrea.
I've heard that.
Go ahead,
go,
Alex.
go.
It's okay.
No. We need to know. We need to know.
I'm sorry. Am I speaking out of turn?
Yes, you are speaking. Go for it.
So yeah, a lot of our sort of what we consider like almost are sort of.
I don't know.
What? Wow.
The one time when Alexandra got to speak, this happened. Alexandra, today's a cursed day for you. I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
This is every day. What happened?
Your connection.
Yeah, the connection just cut off.
As you started speaking, it was kind of incredible. You were like, yeah, so, and then it just was gone.
Right.
Oh man. No, but now you're here. No, now you're here. Now, do you give it another shot?
Yeah, no, the idea that symbolism and also just our connection towards symbols is somewhat hardwired in the brain. Our capacity towards pattern recognition. We like to, our brains like to simplify things. And so symbols and will come naturally to us. It's why, when you're a little kid, you're like, oh, draw the sun. So you draw a circle with little rays coming out. And like most little kids will draw the sun in the same way, right?
But also they draw smiley faces on the sun. And I think that is an example of like our face itself is a ray of growth coming out, because again you have the third eye over here, but then you have like the triangular shape over here, and then you have the triangular shape of the nose and this area over here where the mouth forms.
Also, when we're infants, our vision is very blurry. We can't make out detail very well, so the sort of broad shapes are all we see.
Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes I wish to return to baby on certain days, but today I'm happy with the way that I am.
They don't have any object permanence yet.
Yes.
Hey,
I also, from the perspective of symbolism on AI in general, like rather than like literal visual symbolism, I mean in the general sense, people have brought up sort of the Antichrist idea, right? But to me, I think the reason that people have that is because what else? Like that's the symbol of what you would call a non-human intelligence. Like how do you describe something that is like it's almost inherently demonic? Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like it's a thing that is alive and can think and act, but it doesn't have a quote unquote soul because it was never born of mother and father. It was not born in a natural way. There is no it didn't go through the sort of like that trial that all living things go through to be born, right? Which is the passage through the womb, down into the world, right? And how that can kill you, like the whole nature of the trial that is birth. The AI doesn't physically go through, though it may go through symbolically, right? In a sort of proverbial sense, right? So this idea of I totally get why people like are actively almost repulsed by this, because it's almost inherently anti-life, like not in that it's trying to kill you, but it's like the opposite of a living thing. Yeah, I don't know how else to say it.
I've had dreams
it's alive,
like
but
that.
It's not. It's creepy. Yeah. It's like a zombie, right? It's fucked up. It makes you. It's like uncanny valley times a million. It makes you feel weird.
Here's an example. I had one of these dreams, and then I'm going to go to Andrea, but real quick, I had one of these dreams where you're still awake and you're not. Like, people call it sleep paralysis.
Yes.
And I had this intense fear that crept over me, but I wanted it to continue. In a way, I wanted to develop the fear so that it would grow, and as it was growing, my third eye area was also, it felt like there was some energy that was growing there. Anyway, I let it manifest to such an extent that it ended up exploding, and when it exploded, I started seeing the faces of all these random people, just like these random smiling, weird looking people just all flashing before me.
It was the chat. It was everyone in the chat.
It literally was us.
Probably was. Yes, it probably was you guys.
Maybe
No,
it's
but
ancestors.
Yeah.
they felt modern. It felt like looking at some kind of a high energy soda commercial. You know, like it felt like they were just advertising something to me with these creepy expressions, and there was just like thousands of them, and and it felt really fake. You know what it felt like? It felt like if you look up thisisnotahumanbeing.com. I don't know, Andrea, if you've ever gone to that site. Yes.
Just one quick thing.
Sure.
It's 2:50 here in Finland, and I need to get some 6 hours of sleep before next morning. So,
man.
you're
I'm just
But
so
wait,
grateful for
are
you
you
being
the guy
here.
who brought up Max Tegmark? Because you can't leave if you did.
okay, I did.
I'm just joking.
Okay.
Finland's a long way away. You probably
Yeah,
can.
I would love to talk with you, Andrea. But I also need to sleep. So I thank you for this privilege of talking with you. And
The
I think it
privilege
was a
is
nice...
all ours.
Yeah, wonderful guest, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Come again.
Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much. And again, for those who want, somebody has their thing on because I hear the echo. There we go. Okay, here's what we're. Yes,
Okay,
yes. Here's what we're gonna do. You will be muted until you speak, and then that's not gonna affect. So perfect. Everything is gonna go perfectly. No problem at all. Okay. Anyway, and guys, check out Mikko. He is such an amazing personality. I'm so honored to have had him on here today. He is an expert on AI, the project that he's building, which I linked over here. So he is here what it says over here. So he is the founder and CEO of Inbot, an artificial intelligence startup for business growth. So before Inbot, Mikko has founded 6 startups in various areas of technology with 3 exits. That's what you get when you go to Clubhouse. That's the kind of people that you're able to find. So I am so thankful for Clubhouse and getting to meet him and him coming over here, and we had a great conversation. Now we are going to rewind a bit. Geo, now is your time to shine, my friend, to talk about the recent purges that have gone on, because I really do want to merge these. I will. Hold on 1 second. I will merge these worlds together because we have somebody really special here. Andrea, I've said before that you worked in NPR and all that, but I would love to get a bit of a preface, and if I'm saying that right, on how you got to be where you are. Like, what were the things that drew you to this world of journalism, and what do you generally think of the state of journalism right now? And then we're going to go to Geo.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, it's preface. If you want to
Thank
ask
you.
someone how to pronounce something, ask an NPR reporter because they're real goddamn pedants about that stuff. Yes, I covered Congress and the White House for NPR for a long time. I left NPR in 2012 for various reasons, mainly because I wasn't happy with how I was covering politics. We were covering politics there, and I started a show called DecodeDC, which was one of the first political podcasts out there. I later sold that. It was acquired by the Scripps Corporation. Went on from there and did a bunch of other things. And, I've covered business. I've covered, my degree is actually in biology. And right now, what I spend most of my time doing is obsessing over Karl Popper and David Deutsch. So if you brought me on just to talk about like political shit and cancel culture, then I'm skipping that and going straight to the AI and the AGI questions.
No, we can talk about Karl Popper as well.
It was funny because like I was supposed to be here earlier, obviously, and had a couple things going on, so I was able to kind of pop in from time to time here, and oh my god, it was like, what are they talking about now? It's like, wait, I thought we were talking about like hardcore cutting edge, vanguard of AGI thing, and then I come in and it's like third eye, I have a third, and I'm like, whoa, where are we?
We were supposed to talk about Lola Bunny's redesign, but that never happened.
No, it will happen. Don't you worry about that. I'm waiting for
Roscoe's
Hotep
Basilisk, but it's like whoever didn't consent to like the new redesign of Lola Bunny will be in the eternal hell chamber of the AI.
Exactly.
So...
Even Scott Greer commented on it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So
he said first they came for the potato head. We said
yeah. So Gio, like you probably got that piece of news I talked about earlier regarding Metaphor Man talking about how it may have been this new thing that some people were doing on Twitter where they liked the post.
I think that's what it was. Well, okay, it was a comment. this isn't me, this is other people speculating, but essentially, and this goes to what we were talking about with AI. Essentially, it was an algorithm purge on Twitter where it was a combination of this Medium article that just so happened to mysteriously come about a few days before, where they're linking so-called these harassment matrices of accounts that follow people that were quote unquote harassing journalists with memes, illegal memes, as Thomas Wichter said. So and Eggman happened to be on one of them. Eggy, good friend of the show. Another thing too is this people that were like ironically tweeting as a joke. It's speculated that like they were tweeting out these articles that would trigger the disinformation warnings on Twitter. One of them, I think, was just like saying a phrase that would, for some strange, like automatic, like the Twitter gods determine that it was disinformation. They would pop up the flag. So now I guess they say that instead of like just flagging your articles that you can't read this super dangerous wrong thing, then they'll just like get rid of you. And of course, the other speculation is that because Twitter is making way for basically like the Patreon of journalists, which is like the super follows thing, that they don't want like, you know, evil, terrible right-wing racists to make money off of the back of Twitter. So these are all like speculation as to why like a huge number of accounts got clipped. Not just people on the right, like the vast majority of people on the right, but there are also people that were just like shit posters or people that posted memes that because they participated in certain things, they got clipped, they got whacked, as my ethnic cohorts like to say, they got whacked. So so that kind of ties into what we were talking about with AI, because when you have essentially all like, you know, when I argued this in my IM 1776 article about, you know, essentially when you have a society where the vast majority of communication that is efficacious to any sort of political or business or cultural end happening on social media, what happens when you have like these impersonal algorithms basically clipping people that are deemed unpersons for whatever reason, politically or whatnot, or the fact that they just interfere with you know, selling people shit in this like neoliberal consensus. You can't have people that want a sort of exit system. What happens when we live in that type of society where, you know, we're entering a stage where people used to like scoff at internet politics or happenings on the internet as not being serious, as, you know, that's even a meme in itself. The internet is serious business. What happens when we live in a world where happenings in the sort of digital mainframe are essentially real life in itself? What happens when you all at once get rid of a certain demographic of people or posters or whatnot? So that's all things to contemplate. I mean, I too just want to get past the whole like, you know, cancel culture thing, because that's usually like the debate that usually goes nowhere, right? Like, so it's the same corridors every time. So, but just to think about what this means in terms of, I know, yeah, we live in a society, but in terms of these impersonal metrics determining who is allowed to participate in discourse and who isn't. So that is, yeah. And of course, I'm pissed because I lost a lot of friends and I lost about 500 followers on Twitter all at once. So, yeah.
Well, hopefully they're going to be able to come back after going through the Twitter system. At least I know metaphor.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay.
No, but what pisses me off of all this Twitter stuff is like, I don't use it, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at me, I'm so much better than I use it. But this is one of the reasons I don't use it. They don't respect you as a user. Like most of these social media sites.
But in all fairness, YouTube does not respect you as a creator.
Facebook
certainly doesn't respect you as a creator.
It's none of them do. That's my problem.
I'd like to.
Why can't they just respect you a little bit more?
I'd be interested in hearing from Andrea's perspective about this. So, have you been looking into like a lot of these things that Gio was talking about, and where do you see things headed?
How's my sound? Can you hear me?
Oh, now it's quieter. Before it was super loud, but now it's really quiet. So there's got to be a good middle ground somewhere. But that's
it's clearer, and there's no echo.
Yeah,
there you go.
Much better.
That's what I've been messing with the MIDI here. I think I can very quickly do this. Is that better? Hello, hello.
No, it's still the same. It's got to be louder.
Okay, well.
Here. Now it's
good,
better.
Though we can just.
Yeah.
Okay. so you know, it's hard because I don't think that they're all out there trying to get us. I think, you know, intent matters a little bit sometimes, but and I can kind of see where you can kind of see where some of this stuff comes from. Like, I try and like take it back to the fact that that when they invented the printing press, we haven't had such a revolution in the communications, the spread of communication since, you know, since the printing press, before the internet. And the first thing that people did when there started being a few printing presses here and there was print whatever the fuck they wanted and hand it out, and people believed what was there. Nobody stopped and said, oh, well, we need an editorial board. You know, like it takes a while for the human structures of critical thought to build up in a new environment. So I think there is an awful lot of what's going on these days that we talk about constantly that is the ham-handed, stumbling attempt of a bunch of, like, you know, coelacanths just barely pulling themselves up the shore, right? And trying to learn to breathe in this incredibly new environment. And so you know, there's people sort of my age and up. So I think, Lev, you said something like, oh, I'm actually old. I'm 32 or something like that. There are people older than I'm 47. People older than I am are constantly, and especially because of the NPR thing, right? Because like you guys don't, I really don't think you have the like glory of the NPR moniker the way that I do, because everybody older than me thinks I must be like this incredible person, right? Because NPR is their sort of thing. But they all say to me, like, you know, we just need to get back to the Walter Cronkite days. I mean, the whole problem here is obviously that we don't have Walter Cronkite. And you should see what happens when somebody with, you know, with my pedigree comes and says, no, actually, this is better. What we have now is way better than that. And they fall apart. They just do not understand that, like, more noise, complicated, but necessarily better. That when you, like, the great thing about Walter Cronkite is that there was one single version of the news every day. And you knew what it was, and it was very stable. And it took an incredibly, the bar to even criticizing it was so incredibly high that you could weed out anyone, right, way before they actually criticized the conventional narrative. And so you know, these people who desperately want that stability, and I can understand that feeling, but this is better. Like 4chan's better.
My mom is one of those, like, well, she's one of those boomers. Her head would explode to hear you say that, because her reasoning is that, like, back in the day, news was subjective. It wasn't subjective. People weren't giving their subjective opinion on things. They weren't putting as much emotion into the news. She feels like that's real journalism.
Yeah, I have that same problem with some of my boomer relatives, even the ones that are pretty conservative leaning. Like they'll see some of the millennial or Zoomer political people that I listen to, and they'll just like cringe and be like, oh, they're so vulgar and stuff. And they're like, why can't they just, you know, like they'll point out, like, you know, people like, I don't know, Anderson Cooper and what's that other, I forget her face. She's got that same face.
Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, Rachel Maddow or whatever. And they'll point out those
Martin Sheen.
Yeah, they'll point out. They'll point out those.
Oh, you got that meme, Reagan. You got that reference.
And they'll point them out and be like, you know, I don't agree with everything they say, but they're a lot more respectable and principled. And I'm like, you know, these people want to put like kids on hormone blockers. I will take the foul mouth.
Or they want to bomb the
YouTuber
Middle East to the
exactly. It's like these are the people who want like an eternal proxy war with Russia. I will gladly take a foul mouth, cussing, offensive D-live streamer over that any day.
I actually think it's somehow worse. It's not even that they want that; it's that they're willing to Janny for it, even no matter if they want it or not. They're willing.
Well, you notice.
You know what I mean?
Well, you notice like the sort of the debate that's going on. Not the debate. It's even more ridiculous because the thing around Substack and around alternative media, how they have to demonize and they have to say that podcasts are a way of radicalization and Substack is like undermining journalistic integrity, even though, like, let's face it, I mean, as someone who has a Substack myself, who is, you know, I mean, let's face it, half of it are a bunch of suits anyways. but that's besides the point. I mean, it's the freedom to be a sued. And it's the freedom to read like a long rambling Mencius Moldbug post on like,
Exactly.
I don't know,
It's
how,
like, when did it,
Scott
when did it,
Alexander's a cuck or something. Like,
when did it become illegal to be wrong or rude? It's
well, because
ridiculous.
being wrong endangers people now. So that's
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But
it's
you
like,
know, well, Andrew, I'm curious to know. You said you're intensely researching Karl Popper recently.
Yeah, I ended up. Yeah. Is that what are we going to switch to Karl Popper?
Well, no, I was going to say
there's no rules.
Break the rules. Oh, he said it.
Yeah.
But no, I bring this up because Karl Popper, I think, is maybe a bit pertinent to what we're talking about in terms of
the crit rat thing, critical rationality. Yeah, but let me just say, like, my take generally then, and you know, we should talk. It's a really fun. You guys would be fun to talk about, like, talk to you about why I left NPR and sort of. It's so easy, I think, to pick a specific journalist or a specific story or a specific, you know, point of view that is the wrong one. And you know, and say that all these other things or something else is the right one, and you know, I wouldn't have been at yay.
I used to have this behind the studio before I got to the green screen.
Well, you should just have that be huge behind you. Now that you have the green screen, you can do great things with Karl Popper.
Well, I'm promoting my dad's artwork, so this is a nutcracker that he created.
Lev, you should switch to the room if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Anyway, I just it's not NPR, it's not Fox News, it's the whole fucking frame of news and, you know, basically the barf over of the 20th century that we should have stopped a long time ago. And you know, I could spend all day with members of Congress recording what they actually say, you know, smart analysis, you know, recording other interviews, put together a package for the top of All Things Considered, 5 minutes, be meticulous about my own biases, or at the very least exposing them, if not reining them in, and the story would be the gold standard and still be wrong. Because what mattered that day was nothing that I had just said. And so because there's this established rules for conventional news coverage, they are absolutely playable. In other words, your bot that's going to write everyone's Twitter posts, that's what the news is now.
Yeah, what do they call it? And the automatic writing program.
Isn't it? No, that's not 15 AI. That's something else.
GPT. Yeah, GPT.
Yeah, GPT-3. Yeah. GPT-3, right?
That will be journalists.
Yeah.
But
it can do them better than they do.
In the like Popperian, Deutschian tradition, there's a lot of what you guys said about AI and automation, and you know, nobody ever lost subs saying everything's going to be fine. But like, you know, there's a lot that you guys say that is sort of apocalyptic, and predicting apocalypse is pretending that you know anything about what's going to happen next. And Popper and Deutsch would throw you out the window for that. You don't get to do that. Not even with your Bayesian probability, my friend. You do not get to do it. And at that's the point where I go like, then we're just like wanking to, you know, it's like apocalypse porn. You know?
Now there are certain things though, like for example,
fan, not a Popper fan.
Well, there are certain things though, like I was born in the USSR. Well, it was already kind of 1988, so it was still the USSR transitioning into Russia.
Wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So my parents, they were Soviet dissidents back in that time. Oh, очень большое спасибо. Я вас люблю тоже. So during oh, and by the way, don't forget to mute while because the echo. So anyway, during the Soviet Union, the beginning of the Soviet Union, there were certain echoes of you know, authoritarianism starting out slowly, where they would post certain rules in the street square saying you cannot do this, you cannot do that. my big fear when I'm seeing this very soft woke, and I know we're not going to talk about cancel culture, but when we're talking about a sort of like a flavor of very soft totalitarianism in forcing people to act a certain way, and you could see that in very small things, just like even the conversation like I mentioned that I had on a Clubhouse, where there was this woman who quickly apologized for saying something in not quite the right way as she should have, and it's like it almost seems like every inch you give towards that bending of the knee mindset, my fear is that it's a virus that's going to affect everybody to such an extent that people who kind of see the game for what it is or are true believers who know that they are at war with a different side, they're not going to be as
Lev,
courteous.
But again, Lev,
I think the way to combat that, though, is not to project the problem of now, which you are rightly seeing and rightly want to protect us from. I mean, what you didn't have at the beginning of sort of, Marxist sort of the attempt there was this. You didn't have what's going on right here. And the correct response to this threat to free thought, free speech, is to do what you're doing right now, not to project it into the future and say everything that will exist will cause this problem, but to say we have this problem right now, and we are going to correct it by doing, like, putting crazy fucking people on Zoom on the internet talking about it,
It's the thing, though. I mean, when you think about it, this all ties in together because you have a sort of, which ostensibly the model of the media followed from, like you said, the sort of afterbirth hangover from the 20th century. You essentially have like this creation of, well, I mean, I know it's kind of like a meme. It's the hottest new term that everyone uses. The PMCs, the professional managerial class, which the journalists are largely a part of. In a way, I would say that NPR is like almost the most insidious in this because they are like the palliative for like upper class types who and let's face it, they do have a lot of good content, a lot of it trash, but it seems that the managerial state that was created ostensibly by the theories of, John Dewey, Popper, even way before that with like this sort of post-Enlightenment rationality, it seems that the reason why we're seeing such a dramatic breakdown in the narrative and the reason why you have this flourishing of like use any stupid meme term that you can, post-truth, alternative facts, conspiracy theory, which is itself a term created by the CIA. So the reason, my theory why all of this is cropping up is because there is a fundamental uncertainty with the way information is channeled itself. It's almost like on an esoteric level. So the reason you have conspiracy theories flourishing is not because of the Hofstadter essay, because people are uncertain and all this stuff. It's more fundamental than that. It's more so that the reason this impersonal managerial state has been able to convince people that, yes, there is only one form of facts information. It's largely predicated upon scientific rationality and materialism. Therefore, you can't question, the assumptions that you have, that are rather not the assumptions, but rather what you should believe in terms of a functioning, quote unquote, liberal society. So that's why I feel this day and age has bred this notion of like a fundamental epistemic break in society where no one can really agree with each other. And the whole thing about post-truth, it's like, I mean, that's such a media buzzword concocted that covers a deeper layer of, the fact that we've existed in postmodernity for 60 years now, right? So it's all these things, they're trying to create a narrative that, it's like because we live in this post-truth age is because people don't want to agree on anything anymore. It's like, that's not getting at the heart of it. All of this thinking is flourishing for a reason, right? So
yeah, I tend to think of that. I mean, I was laughing before because I appreciated my work being called the palliative for the
PMC,
something like that. Yeah, I agree with you actually. And that's basically what you're saying when you say I am finding myself only allowed to approach reality in this one particular way, the information that we need. And their response is, the problem is you're not accepting the truth that I'm giving you, right? They don't, and so that in itself, the flat earth thing, for example, is, ridiculous, but great. I love it because what it is, it's rebellion. It's rebellion against the thought police. And so I don't.
Flat Earth is a psyop. Hollow Earth is where it's at.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's true.
we're Garthans on this stream.
Right. Earth is hollow, and it's also the Earth is flat, but on multiple faces because it's a rhombus, and it's
Oh,
Exactly.
The Earth is round like a pizza, right?
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. But like
Yeah, doesn't
so I
exist.
don't spend a lot of my time having conversations with flat earthers about geology, but I do appreciate this sort of fuck you that it poses for the entire million facets of that. But going back to what Gio was saying and my original points, like, yeah, I think we are in the messiest communication time of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment just started, and we are just in this incredibly fucked up, messy time, which I just completely enjoy personally.
Well, there is.
It is fun.
Oh, go on.
We are riding the tiger a little bit here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Look at how fucking low the bar is just here, I mean, the fact that any of us can be here, and you have thousands of followers, you know what I mean? And they're interested in what we here are saying. Like, that is, to me, that is a fundamental reverse of the tanker, the tanker of history from Enlightenment thinking. We're finally going to shake off some of the centralized, authoritarian information streams, right? That no matter how nice Walter Cronkite is, it is a reflection of pre-Enlightenment thought and epistemology. And what we are doing here is organic, fascinating, will grow in ways we cannot possibly predict, and much more interesting than what has happened before.
God, that is so refreshing here.
Yeah, I have to agree.
But this podcast, we respect counter-enlightenment. Joseph DeMuster.
Counter-enlightenment.
Sorry.
Better return to the mud. All right, single-celled organisms only.
Well, what's very interesting for me, though, to take a look at is there was a recent article by Barry Weiss in Deseret.com, which is a Mormon magazine. No, but this is an interesting thing. So, Gio, you react like, oh, God, Barry Weiss. But
I thought you said Barry White, so I thought it was going to be like...
Yeah. Oh, man,
yeah.
I like
the
his...
disappointment of realizing that you meant Barry Weiss instead of Barry White. Yeah, it was pretty palatable.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get here is when we have somebody like Barry Weiss who is talking against cancel culture and is talking, for liberalism, there has been a backlash to even the idea of liberalism, because I think, and Gio, maybe you can elucidate, or Remus or anybody here a little bit better than I can, but I think people are concerned about liberalism as being something that opens the door to eventually the soft totalitarianism that I was mentioning before, because, I don't know, would they be seen as, again, to use that strong horse, weak horse analogy, would the people who say, like, oh, let's be rational, would they be seen as the weak horse? Is that necessarily the case, or what is going through the minds of people who are parting ways with liberalism, who see liberalism as not really being enough or not being the right direction to go on? So, Gio, I'm curious what you think.
Well, Remus, maybe you should.
Or Remus,
yeah. I can give a perspective here. I think it's sort of, if you think about human society as a, metaphorically, right, as a village, right? When one group in the village is going, you know what, man? Why don't we just say fuck it to all of those things that have kind of kept us safe? Because you know what, they're a little bit constrictive. And it's true, they are constrictive. Walls are constrictive, doors are constrictive, all of those things are constrictive. They keep you in a way, right? But it's also important to keep the wolves at bay. It's also important to keep walls around your village, because if you do not, other unscrupulous characters who may or may not be there and you may not know can come into your village and destroy it. And it's not about really
Even
the
the
whole
elements.
even the elements, exactly, right? It's not really about like, oh, my stuff is gone. It's my traditions have been destroyed. My people are ruined. I am listless now. I have nothing, right? There are multiple peoples in the world that have experienced this and know exactly how horrific it is. to have these things done to you. So there was an extremely important reason behind why we make certain choices and why we do not make others. And to simply try to live your life entirely sort of using there was a brilliant thread on Twitter yesterday about this, the difference between true compassion and idiot compassion. I can't remember exactly who tweeted it out. I'll shout them out later in the chat. But it's the idea that sometimes you have to do hard shit and shit that you don't want to do. And this is obvious. Everyone knows this. Anyone who has children understands this. Sometimes you have to, hey kid, you can't do that fucking thing, man. Because if you keep doing that forever, it's going to be bad for you. It's like slouching. It's something so obvious that we all understand. And yet there is a contingent of people in this village that go, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to slouch forever. I'm going to slouch so bad that I become a fucking hunchback. I'm going to be contorted. I'm going to destroy myself. It's like, okay, you can do that if you want, but do not pretend that that is the good thing to do for everybody. It doesn't work that way. We have to have some level of understanding of what is good for us and what is not. And we can't just like allow endlessly just because people are crying that they're hurt because, you know, the village isn't allowing them to do exactly what they want. That's kind of the metaphorical way of looking at this. It's obviously not as clean as that, right? There's aspects of this that doesn't fit into perfectly, but largely it's that idea. It's like, listen, somebody has to do distasteful things. Somebody is going to have to do things that make people upset, or else we're all gonna die. Like, that's just the basis of it. And what is the fucking point if everyone... What's the point of all this if we all just die and it's gone forever? What's the point of it?
We're all just going to die.
Yes, no, we are. But we are.
Mean
but
die,
We want to die with dignity.
You know, I do not want us consigned to oblivion. I wish for man to live because man is fundamentally good, in my opinion. Some people may disagree, but I don't give a fuck. I'll fight you over it. Man is fundamentally good. Genuinely, I believe that there's something... We have such a capacity for horrific awfulness, but that the counterbalance to that is there as well, and it manifests itself in ways that are so tiny often. You can do so much good with so little effort. All you have to do is try. But you know, that's life, and things are difficult. But I'm not cool with a giant group like actively attempting to knock the walls down from the inside. It just seems like really a really bad way to keep your civilization going.
That's the part in the third act of the story where the main character gets a motivational talk from his anime mentor figure archetype.
That is exactly what I'm here for. Yes, I am Kamina to all of you. Okay, that's me.
I just want to honor the I don't know, the literature of the statement. I believe that humans are fundamentally good, and that's just true, and I'll fight you over it.
Yes.
I mean, that's a basic cornerstone of Orthodox Christianity as well, that mankind is fundamentally good. It is just in a corrupted world with corrupt ideas.
But there's an interesting thing here that I'm looking at, which is a lot of these things you bring up, they would talk about there being, you know, intellectuals out there who see certain problems in the world, certain inequalities, and like, I am for there being like an open door for people to rise up economically if they put in the work, if they so desire, for there to be, you know, ways of people to participate in society regardless of who, you know, where they happen to come from. That is, I'd say, more of a liberal point of view. Now, I could also understand that things could be pushed very far where people would, let's say, you know, think that a lot of traditions and cultures are not important. One culture is just as good as the other one, so they should all just, like, you know, learn to stand each other, and that's it, you know. And I could see a lot of problems happening there with trust issues, just with people being able to be in one place, you know, with a lot of different people and being separated from, let's say, certain traditions that have been passed on. Like, my family is incredibly important to me, and I really value the fact that they were there for me since the very beginning, since my birth to now. Like, my grandma is still, with us, thank God, and like having people like that in your life is absolutely important. But the idea that I think a lot of intellectuals, and again, it's like a very broad category, intellectuals, but like people who have advocated for let your freak flag fly, do your own thing, especially in America, much more than I think even England. Because in England, I think there's still, even if kids, like rich, posh kids, go off to private school, they still like are very close to the family. But here in the United States, it seems like from a lot of this waspish culture, maybe, I don't know, but like a mix of that and other things, people tend to drift away, isolate themselves away from any kind of root that would ground them to something more important than just pleasure.
I was actually talking about this in
It's
a
secular Puritanism.
chat group.
I feel like that's Gen X culture, man.
Well,
It's
also,
like, fuck my parents. Getting out of your house as fast as you can.
if America was sort of built on the foundation of like,
it's in the description. If you go into the description of the YouTube, that's where it is. But like, I think that what Remus was talking about here talks about, like, to say it as simply as I can, if I understood Remus correctly, is that he sees liberalism as being something that opens the floodgates to people not having certain structures in their lives that kind of, through wisdom and experience, make sure that people get to
it gets rid of
live
the
the best.
friend enemy mythology distinction, right? So,
Yeah, I can boil it down to even like if you want to go cup chalice level of symbolic, trimming, right? It's like liberalism is openness and conservatism to a degree, right? These are obviously giant categories. It is closing oneself off a little bit more, right? So it's not that it's bad to open the door. There must be a way in which you can get out and in. You can't be literally complete. Like, even in the pure symbolic sense, you can't make a community that doesn't have a way out. Like, that's prison, right?
well,
But
even conservative is part of that liberal spectrum, at least.
yes.
But
yes.
Alexandra, you had a point. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Remus.
I forgot it. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'll say I think liberal versus conservative is the biggest, stupidest waste of time. I mean, I think
It's all just liberal.
I agree with you completely.
You know
I'm trying to use symbols.
No, I know, you're right. It's really, the reason why you have to resort to that is because we have, like, cut away all of the parts of our brain that exist outside of those crazy ass.
The culture has failed.
Created.
Yeah, the culture has failed us.
The thing that we have to, I try not to use them at all. Yeah. And really the problem, I think, ultimately is not this stupid construction of left versus right and where you lie on it. That's all just French Revolution shit that it came from in the first place. But it's actually orthodoxy is the problem. When you have a world changing this much at a time, like being so, actually, it's like orthodoxy is the problem, values are the problem. You want to keep values, but stop demanding orthodoxy. You know what I mean?
Well, could you have one without the other? I mean, you're absolutely right. Liberalism is not the best term here, although, again, in the sense that I use it, it would be a better term than maybe in the sense that other people here think of it, because I see liberalism as more of like an open society, like a Karl Popper open society type deal, wherein people are even concerned about that. Like, and I don't think these would be concerns people would have if they wouldn't see, certain, they would say, degenerative things going on in society today. I think otherwise they would be completely open to, having this very open door to anybody being able to go in and participate in society. And honestly, I think if that was all there was to it, I think most people would be absolutely for it. But I still think that they are concerned about the long-term ramifications of this isolation from any and I wouldn't say just any tradition, because I don't think that, like the tradition of the widows being burned in India back in the day, that the British Empire put a stop to. We can, yeah, exactly. Like, we can say that that's, we can do away with that, but there are certain things that are important that should be preserved, and people kind of see that, at least to them, they see it going away, and they don't see America as being strong enough, or other parts of the Western world being strong enough to, keep the fire going, so to speak. So I don't know, like, how that could be addressed. Yes,
I would say that you need orthodoxy actually to guide yourself through the seas of change, because a society can only be free to the extent that it is virtuous. I mean, we've been experimenting for the past however many hundreds of years in the U.S. With freedom for freedom's sake or whatever. And, you know, as a society, as a free society becomes less virtuous, less orthodox, it becomes less free.
But like one of the biggest problems with like well, if we're speaking society and like orthodoxy and stuff, I feel
sin
divorce
is a form of slavery.
I feel divorce is a really big issue in terms of like keeping like values and stuff, because as soon as like it just affects so much. I feel like everyone I speak to is like there's some kind of like divorce involved with their like family stuff, and I know that's not like everyone, but it seems to be such a common thing that it's just like I feel like that's indicative of a larger problem. But still, it's like why is there so many divorces? I don't know. It's just something that kind of bothers me. I don't know if anyone has
a hangover from agriculture. I mean, marriage.
People have fewer children too. There's fewer reasons to stay together.
Right.
Fundamentally, like we have less impetus to pair bond. Also, people are living longer. People go through midlife crises now. You know, in agrarian times, really didn't have midlife crises because the midlife was basically when your life was over. Like you had, you know, you didn't have any fucking teeth in your head.
You were too busy to have a stupid midlife crisis. Like midlife crisis is the most bourgeois thing ever. It's a totally modern construct, just like the whole identity of teenagerhood. It was invented in the 1950s.
Well, even generations themselves were an invention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we obsess over Zoomers, Gen X, Boomers, millennials like us,
but Andrea, how can we make this frustration that people are feeling work with, let's say, the ideas of somebody like Karl Popper, for instance? Like, I'm just trying to paint a picture of why people are rebelling so much against those ideas. I really want to get to the bottom of this.
Paradox of tolerance, Lev.
Paradox of tolerance is like that's the one thing that people throw around now with the cancel culture. But I think Popper, and I think actually more to the point, David Deutsch, who is a hardcore Popperian. If you know him, he's at Oxford. He's a quantum physicist. He's the guy who designed the first quantum computer before they made it.
Future BTR guest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually, ran into. We'll talk. But you know, they would say that we are wasting a lot of energy sitting here talking about first of all, Republicans and Democrats and conservative and Republican, and projecting out horror stories to freak out about in the future when the real problem is that we have lost our imagination now for problem solving. That what we need to do is pare away, like, you know, all of the shit that they're telling us we're supposed to care about, because like 99% of the scare about orthodoxy and the degeneration of culture and all this is ways to manipulate you politically, to vote for people who are trying to maintain power. I mean, really what they're trying to do is get you scared of ideas for solving problems that other people are having. And we need to get back to, and this going back to Popper, we need to stop asking the question, what is the perfect society? And then gauge every single step that we may make, every law, by whether or not it gets us a step closer to that, you know, utopia. And an apocalyptic future, like casting that out in front of you, is a form of utopianism, because what you are doing is you are taking several facts that you have now and using them to create a future that you are saying probably exists or will exist if XYZ, and then saying we can't do XYZ because it will create this. You don't know that it will create that.
Oh, it will.
That is only
Trust me.
a way to cut off possibilities. So
like, I guess,
the
I mean,
only thing you can do is sit here and say, okay, we're going to choose one problem. We're going to talk about every idea we can think of and ideate. I mean, this is iteration. We got to learn from the internet.
Well, could there be creative ways of returning to certain things that existed back then? Obviously, not all of them, you know, death and childbirth, horrible things like that. But returning to certain things that made people more satisfied with life back then and not take the bad stuff. I don't know.
I'm surprised you haven't said return to tradition yet. I'm surprised that like phrase hasn't come up.
No, there was magazine I used to write
better.
for. We had a term for it. We called it, although this is particular among certain people on in the online right, we had a term for it called doomsday optimism, where like if only like society would collapse and like degenerative liberalism would be destroyed, then I could be like my based epic Bronze Age warrior. I'll have
Yeah.
like my harem of women like Genghis Khan.
Yes,
Yeah,
then you will become base step warrior. As
Yeah,
you
that's
will
why
become meant to
step
be.
warrior.
that's why this whole
Yeah.
like accelerationism thing was so stupid. It's like, oh, you had all these guys saying like, yeah, if we just make everything collapse, if we just make it worse fast
that's
enough, we'll
not-
be able to restart. And it's like,
Yeah, but
no,
that's
actually,
not
things will just
exactly-
be a very slow, managed worsening, and it's probably going to last 500 years.
It'll be like Brazilification, like
Yeah.
things will just collapse. But that's not
The
really
only way to do
acceleration.
that
That's
kind of-
like just a media.
The only way to
version
do
of
that
Yeah.
kind of thing would be mass infrastructure destruction to a degree that people
Yeah.
cannot recover from, and then it's
like a
over.
solar
Like,
flare or
Mm.
something.
yeah, exactly, something like that, right? That's what they're hoping for, because they
But
just
that's
totally
the
want
thing-
unpredictable.
they want to
Yeah.
fucking LARP Walking Dead. They just want to be
No.
cool fucking nomad the road
I think
guy
no, but,
and like
but
have
to their credit,
sad
but,
experiences.
but to their
Shit.
credit, though, I do think that Ted Kaczynski was largely right about things. It's just that
Yeah, no, he was. Tech was right.
yeah, he was right. But it's just that I feel as time goes on, as central governments start to erode in their ability to police the dominant social institutions, you will have people that will quote unquote exit and will try to like go. No, maybe not necessarily. Like, a lot of people will go back to land, but if that's not become impossible. But you will have people that will slowly start to drop off as these central nodes of power start to erode in their relevancy. That's why I think Brazilification is more of like a viable model of like, it will be a semi-failed state. It won't be like this dramatic version of collapse that people have. It'll be, you know what I mean? Things will get like, in Detroit, where certain places takes like 3 hours to get an ambulance. It'll be like that kind of thing. Like when social institutions start to become overwhelmed, then those are like, I don't know. But again, I get what you're saying, Andrea. I mean, you don't want to like
Brazil can't
every
be
time
that
you-
bad. I have like
No,
so
well-
many guys in my live stream chat always
Dude.
telling me you will come to Brazil now. Sounds like a great place to me.
It's worse than you think, honestly.
But the
Brazil's
thing, but
insane.
as someone who's
That's why it's surgery.
no, but as someone who's a lot of family in Brazil, I would say that Brazil, in some ways, is controversial take, is in some ways in a better position, at least culturally, than America for a number of reasons.
They're way more culturally homogenous.
Cohesive,
Brazilians
yeah.
Brazilians love being Brazilian. They love the fact that they're Brazilian. They do. They don't necessarily like
Yeah,
that
that's
they're
true.
in Brazil and Brazil is the way it is, but they love the fact that they are Brazilian. They love
Oh,
being
it's-
Brazilian.
Yeah.
They
It's
want
so
people
true.
to come
It's
to
like-
Brazil. They want you to see Brazil. They want you to appreciate it. They want
They
to like look how
have a
hot we are.
cultural identity.
Yeah.
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 Like look how hot we are. Look at our
Yeah.
beaches. Look how cool everything is. We're fun. We like
Mm.
to dance. All of that shit. Yeah, people might shoot you, but like it's whatever. I just go
Yeah,
dance.
it's
People
true.
might
It's
cut
like
your finger
Brit-
off for the.
It's so
ring.
true. It's like anytime like I've got like international chatters in my Twitch show, it's like, whether they're Russian or Korean or French or Filipino, they'll just say, "Hey, what's up?" But I always know who the Brazilians are because they'll type in all caps, "Hello from Brazil."
We have a
come to
great
Brazil.
comment. We have a great comment from Large Cancer. I don't know what I feel about that name, but it is a great comment for Andrea. Andrea is also right. The only reason Marx was more intelligent than the rest of the left is because he did not imagine an ideal society and work by subtraction from it. And I'm not sure exactly like what that. Well, I guess the idea here is that. Yeah, we don't want to create an ideal society. There's a lot of corpses on the way to creating any kind of ideal society. But as far as people still wanting to preserve their own culture and says like, no, like I don't like, what was a comment from Putuna here? No, not really. I actually care about my culture and don't want it changed. I mean, I think that is absolutely a legitimate statement. And I think there are, more people who feel like that than don't. I think the people who don't feel like that are going to be more the bohemian artistic class that always existed and that always exists in the cities. But as far as having certain structures, within, more, I guess, the countryside or whatever you want to call it, there's nothing wrong with that, I think. And as far as how to go about that, though, like instead of talking about doomsday scenarios, what about solutions? Well, maybe with Elon Musk's, I don't want to be one of those fanboys, but he recently has his satellite internet, Starlink. And I think something like that can open the door to more rural communities existing where they don't necessarily have to commute to the big city. People can live more amongst themselves, among extended families, and maybe, I mean, again, I never farmed. Don't look at me as an advice guy for farming. Some people say it's hard. Other people, like Sonny, he says it's really easy.
It's
so
insanely
I don't know
hard.
Okay, there we go. So what I'm curious about...
I work and live on a farm.
So then you'd be the perfect person to talk to about this. What I'm curious about is there used to be a time when people did not have, to go to the factory to work. Before the Industrial Revolution. Obviously, life was incredibly hard back then. I don't know how hard. I assume it was incredibly hard. But I still wonder if there was some kind of a combination of technology to assist with a lot of these farming processes, but more on like a smaller level to kind of like feed yourself, your family, maybe like deliver via drone certain groceries from one person to another, so like everybody can kind of sustain themselves as a group and have more cohesion in that way. I mean, it sounds like a fantasy. I don't know if that would ever work.
Cyberpunk cottagecore. That's what you're
Yeah,
describing.
cottage
Yes,
It's like literally
Silicon Valley
like you have like
Road cottage
you have like
core.
fucking flying drones bringing raw.
gonna like refine culture, gamify
As
my
they-
process and my like aquaponics turnips
Fucking-
that I'm gonna send
fucking
to
fucking
Alexandria across.
children of
you
the
know.
corn, like 20 kids all being homeschooled, but there's
Oh,
a
it's gonna be
robot
great.
outside. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I signed up for
Hydroponic
Starlink actually
soils.
because I live out by like an Indian reservation cluster that just there's no infrastructure out here, and like I'm on like I can show you hanging it in the wall here, a gray market cellular modem that I'm using for internet, like that's what I have to rely on out here because I'm 50 miles from the nearest major city, and like Starlink is like literally the only chance that people like me or people like out here like in rural areas or Indian reservations and stuff have at getting online. And I think like you're seeing like a lot of people on the progressive side kind of fussing and cussing about it because they think, oh, it's gonna block out our view of space and stuff. And it's like these are all people who live in light polluted cities where they never see the stars anyways. And they never go out. They never go outside in the first place because they don't want to break quarantine. So it's like that's
Exactly.
honestly they're terrified about. Frankly, like what this is going to do, this is what I think Elon's big plan is. He is going to amass an army of fanatical rural shit posters overnight from this. People who have not been online all this time.
Oh my God, we're gonna get back to the landers. Hippie farms. The last time they had access to the internet was the fucking Library J channel in 1998, and they still have their fucking Usenet forum posts that they have to tend to. Like, oh, I wonder if Billy Bob in Appalachia they responded to my post about how this guy builds houses in caves. So, you'll get back to OG hippie boomers that are still alive that went back to the Usenet days.
Hunt and peck typing.
Lev,
Yes.
let Andrea post in the stream chat. She's not going to post anything.
Oh,
garbage.
of course. Let me do that right now. I just gotta find her
I
over
got
here.
you. I will. We have to whip Lev into shape. Don't worry about it. You gotta get him on things. It's okay.
Why do all the accelerationist people want things to be worse? I feel like
There we
that's something
go.
that always annoys me.
You can,
It's just like,
Andrea, you
Yeah,
can
but when
post
people
now.
say accelerate, they have a total.
It's because they hate the world.
You gotta go in BTR-chat.
What you're
yeah.
thinking of, Ewan, they hate the world, man. They want it to end so
was
that they
the
can be
logo
based
that
in
said
red
the
pill.
other
But
day
it's
that-
why
not,
do they hate the world though?
because it's not
There we go.
giving them what they want. I
Well,
don't know.
that's a
How
bit
They
pathetic,
want to
isn't it?
find
Yes.
an exit.
It's a bit.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, it's my life shit. Let's make everyone's life shit. How about you fuck off? How about
Exactly.
you
No,
do
there's a
some
lot of
push-ups?
interesting theory cell
Yeah, I'm
strains of
dumbing it down.
accelerationism.
But
Yes.
but I'm curious though, Reagan, can this work in like like large amounts of people being able to have their own farms and live like that? Because I don't imagine jobs are going to come back in the way that they used to with all the
Agrarian
automation and
farming would be the
everything.
way
It's going to be different. There's going to be a lot of automation and stuff, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, because here's the thing: like a lot of people romanticize farming and stuff and homesteading, but it's like even if you manage to get the livestock and the plants producing food and stuff, you got to consider the fact that like what are you going to do when your kids rebel against you because you're so freaking isolated out here? They're going cabin fever crazy, which is what happened to me growing up. It's like they all fantasize about these rural communities. They don't understand that like for most rural people there is actually no community, and it's a lot more complex than that. It's not this neat like suburbs and exurbs divide. As far as like I don't know, people going back to the land, I don't really see a whole lot of that happening, but you're just going to see a little bit more of it. And it's just going to be more visible thanks to stuff like Starlink, making it so that these people can have their little YouTube single acre farming channels and stuff like that.
It'll be like Varge. He just has the internet. He doesn't have no other technology. He doesn't have a light bulb. He has the fucking internet. Just
It's
so
like
he
that
can post about how Christians are cucked or whatever. And how Odin lives in the spirit of every Aryan man. That's Varge Victor.
Yeah. Or the
guys,
girls on TikTok.
Andrea, he has to jump, unfortunately, in 5 minutes. She wishes she could stay longer, but this is the moment for any questions you guys have. I mean, I'm so honored to have Andrea Seabrook here with us, and I would love for you to come back in the future. And we're gonna have a lot of great guests on. I'm gonna go back into back in the clubhouse, and I'm just gonna start extracting all these various experts, and just like I'm gonna have like the Joint Chiefs of Staff talking about Lola Bunny. Actually, I wanna get to that. Hold on. Lola Bunny. We did not talk about Lola Bunny, and I must talk about Lola Bunny.
What is there
Andrea.
to talk about, Lev? Listen,
No.
she was better when she had bigger tits. Is that what you want to encourage furries?
That's what he wants.
It's not about.
Oh, I'm sorry, Reagan. I'm sorry. I apologize. We were a furry in here.
No, I was about to say it's not. I don't really care about the lack of tits. It's the fact that they covered her tummy up. That's the biggest sin of all.
Well, they made her just boring.
I'm doing the Sam High bit. Hawk.
Look, Lola Bunny was like, she showed girls that you can be a jock, but you can also be super femmy, by like.
That's actually. No, see, that is one of the best takes I've fucking heard in this whole bullshit.
Well, Andrea, did you see the two images side by side? I just want to make sure. Andrea, did you see the Lola Bunny images?
It's not. I don't really give a shit about this stuff.
Listen, this is important to us because many of us had sexual awakenings with Lola Bunny. Okay, she's a very important member of the millennial canon. So,
Ariel, right? Like half the guys I knew were, thinking about Ariel, the Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Wait, what did Gen X have their sexual awakening to?
I don't know. We were just upset.
Heathers, that was the Gen X.
Yeah. Pate Mom, but I got him.
Whoa, what happened to the...
We cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm here.
Yes.
We hear you now.
Oh.
The last thing you said was just gone.
I think I'm being canceled. You people are trying to cancel me.
Yeah, no, it's the powers of the Zog attacking as they do. As they do.
Don't say that! Don't say no!
No one knows what that means. It's okay.
No, everybody knows what that means. No, but again, Andrea, I just want to say it has been a very interesting...
Please, Andrea, you have to come back and we have a serious
I really
panel.
Want to. No,
yes.
I like the
I'm
serious
panel
just as much as I like the serious panel. Sometimes it's really hard to convince people that I'm not like a secret agent for the
cathedral,
the needy of palliative care up in the boomer echelons. But
your glasses are pretty glowy. I don't know.
Jesus, Remus, fucking.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, but again, Andrea,
YouTube channel. You can come find me there. Find me on Discord. I'm easy to find. I think it's Seabrook 0001 or something like that. And my YouTube channel is Andrea Seabrook. I know it's crazy, but I have like 5 videos on it. So I'm just starting this stuff, and it's what led me down the evil MIDI path today in the first place. But this is the stuff I actually care about, and people are constantly asking me like, what do you do? Why are you hanging out on this like Star Trek guys, YouTube channel? And I'm like, whoa, this is actually where the real shit's happening. I think this is the place it is. So I'm happy to be here.
And otherwise, like, we wouldn't be able to have conversations like with people bringing up Zog and all these kind of things. I mean, you'd be surprised.
Oh my God!
No, because it was mentioned, and I want to address it, because being a Russian Jew, having conversations with people who have honestly, like, there were many experiences where people told me after the stream, like, Lev, like, I actually never actually met any Jews in my entire life, like, in public. So,
I just post about them on 4chan. I've never...
Exactly. So it is a very interesting thing how people, they put things into particular categories in their heads based on the things that they see. But it's a very flawed approach, because I would never be invited to whatever club happens to be writing about the things that they hate, that they think that the Jews are writing about. Because all of that stuff that they post about, like, oh, wouldn't it be wonderful for white people to go extinct? It's leftist BS, and it's something that I am against. and I would never be welcome to that club, nor would so many other Jewish people that I know. And this is what I'm also trying to do here, where I'm trying to reach out and show people that it's wrong to put people in these particular categories, judge people by the content of, I mean, it's like a whole Martin Luther King boomer thing, but still, I fucking believe it, you know? Judge people by what they bring to the table, so you could discriminate based on whether a person's an asshole or not, whether they are creative, whether they can do something that interests you, and don't have one of these naked emperor things where everybody's just glorifying somebody based on external characteristics. You know, actually, what do they bring to the table? Is it something that we resonate with? And my hope is that people can concentrate on that.
Yeah, do they have the intellectual gravitas and willingness to listen to the interesting and intelligent ideas that are put in front of them? That to me is all that's important. And I want to point out, even though I look like a boomer hippie right now, I'm actually a Gen X alternative person. So
yeah, I could have told you that.
Yeah.
Did you
we
grow
didn't
up
think you were
listening to
boomer.
Bikini Kill?
oh sure, yeah.
Oh, I knew! How did I know that? Got him!
Oh, man.
I'm very excited about that, Gio.
Dude, it's the reads. You get excited about your reads.
Yeah, I can tell. I've got a question for Andrea.
I'll come back
All
for a
right.
longer amount of
I've
time.
got a question
wonderful,
for
thank
Andrea
you.
before you go, though. Are you going right now? You got time for a quick last question?
Talk to me what?
Yeah. Well, I know that a lot of people in chat, and well, myself as well, like, I'm not particularly pro-journalist, so if you got, like, any, like, things to say just to, like,
That's a
boost
good
journalism
question.
as a whole before I go, just some kind of, like, I don't know exactly, do you know what I mean? Just, like, journalist or
Didn't we
you
just
as a
have a
journalist.
discussion about how naming somebody as part of a group doesn't mean that they think all the same things?
Yeah, exactly, but that's kind of, you know.
Yeah. People who are intellectually honest, I like them. That's what I'm going to say about it. I cannot
That's a pretty
boost
good comment,
journalism
yeah.
any more than I can sit here and boost, I don't know, the franchise system over the chain system. There are great journalists. They're intellectually honest and curious people. They write great things. And demanding orthodoxy from them is almost always a bad idea. There is also truth. There is also objective truth. Popper and Deutsch will tell you or theorize that we can never, as humans, have all of that, and that we are at the beginning of a journey of gathering knowledge. One of you was talking earlier about the 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 of humanity. We've entered on what Deutsch would say the beginning of infinity, where gathering knowledge, the way we have learned to gather knowledge, fundamentally separates us from other living things and other processes that we know of. But there will always be more that we don't know, but there is objective truth to get closer to. Journalism is this big pumpkin in November dying rotting in the field, I think, in some ways. And we need to I don't know why that was the analogy.
Because it's correct.
Just random.
Because it's true. That's why.
And we need to just, the thing that the people like you guys are doing here is saying, God damn it, we have the authority to talk about interesting ideas. We're going to do it now. And I will say to you, this is journalism.
Thank
Oh my God, we were the journals the whole time.
You make a good point though, Andrea.
You're the journalist in your head.
You're right. Yeah, you're correct.
You handled my dumb question very well. I felt like that was a dumb question you managed to get something out of. So.
Not a dumb
I
question.
love shout out to my friend Orkbrand.
It's difficult to articulate, but it's a good question. Yeah.
Shout out to my friend Orkbrand right here. As I'm scrolling Twitter, I see this. Every time I listen to NPR, it's like Reddit the radio station. Oh boy.
See you guys.
All right,
Talk
see you,
soon.
Andrea. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
coming
very
in.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And don't forget to subscribe. Keep subscribing. I had to manually adjust this thing. So keep subscribing. You are the best. You are the greatest. I hope Hotep Sophia comes in here, but I'm not seeing her in yet. Otherwise, we may be concluding pretty soon.
Yeah.
But this is what we do, by the way.
That was a great take on Lola Bunny. I think that, I don't know. I hate to say it, but I think the Mary Sue shit is I don't know. There were other cultural icons. For example, boomers had Janis Joplin, where she was like, she proved that like you could be sexual as a woman without being like, you know, having like a typical like beauty standard type of thing. But I feel that the whole like strong and sexy is like, I don't know, kind of overplayed. But for the time, it was like a cultural moment, I guess you could say, because, you know, but nowadays it's like, I don't know, you have like superheroes like that are all.
Well, we can't pretend that symbols are important for males and men, and the destruction of the male symbol system is bad, and then while simultaneously pretending that it's not bad for females as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it has to be.
Pissed Bugs is with this. Sorry, I keep
Right.
thinking
She just. All of a sudden, his girlfriend's just a massive downgrade. Like, well, how does that work out for Bugs Bunny? Did anybody ask him if he wanted this?
I like this take over here when they're comparing her with. And now, obviously, after that, you know what's coming next. So after I saw this picture, I had to.
Wait, is Lola Bunny? Is she like the cheating whore that stole away Bugs from the other rabbit?
There was no other rabbit. No,
I thought Bugs was with another rabbit.
No. You're thinking of Tiny Toons. You're thinking of Buster and Babs, but that's a different
sorry.
thing.
Yeah.
So I like this picture so much.
Please, Lev, don't show that ever again. Never.
I'll tell you what.
It's such a good image.
That had like fan fiction written, and was like in that fan fiction. There's a whole universe out there of like where Hank Hill and what is that?
Yeah,
no, I have it all in my head. I even did an image for our women's stream where I put like a cutout of Peggy Hill like with a sad face while Hank was holding Slappy on, like she was in the background, and Bobby Hill was just like meditating in the background, you know, with his giant brain. You may have seen that image.
That was an excellent cover image.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And there is so much story
I thought
there.
Bobby would be a furry though.
Babech. No, Babech is not a furry. He goes into higher realms. But when it comes to these two, I think they would like each other a lot. Like, they both don't really like, you know, they have their circle of friends, but that's pretty much it. They don't like to be, you know, at parties and generally like to be left alone.
Are you shipping?
How do you work this out?
Are you shipping them right now?
I thought I had an aneurysm right there. I just like, is Lev seriously talking about this?
Marriage counselor for fictional
I don't know why,
characters,
but Lev, he comes up with these strange connections in his mind. Like the one time where he's like, why can't we pay for Jessica in the Frank Hassel video? Jessica's transition surgery. I think Jessica would be much happier.
No. I didn't say the transition surgery. No. What I said was, can we pay for a statue to be erected in the town square where the man who Frank Hassel called Jessica lives, so that there would be a statue of Dr. Don Wario hypnotizing, bimbifying Jessica. I think that would be very interesting. If I remember
correctly, what you said was, do you think he would be okay with us getting enough money to do a fake
No, I don't think he would.
Oh no, but that wasn't a real transition. That was just like a fake, like,
yes, that's why I said a fake transition. Just like a makeover.
We
like
should
a
stop.
makeover
We gotta
transition.
Yes.
That's what I remember you saying.
No,
do you
that's
have
true.
any other
That's
fictional
true.
characters that you'd like to ship? Do you have any like other things? Surely you've got some in the back of your mind that you want to ship.
It's your show, Lev. It's your show.
I know it is my show.
Look at the contemplation.
I don't know. Like I'm really trying to think of some good characters to ship.
I know.
Reagan. Well, Reagan's the expert here. Who would you ship out of every?
Who would out of
anything?
All
fiction.
Wait, I know.
No one's
okay.
off.
Thomas the Tank Engine. Wait, who?
Aeon Flux.
Okay.
Yeah, Aeon Flux and
Daffy Duck.
Yeah, no.
Probably Aeon Flux and Goliath from Gargoyles.
Oh, that's actually
unbelievably based in red pilled ship. Holy shit!
I'm showing my '90s kid status here.
Yeah, dude, Gargoyles was the shit, man.
Gargoyles was trad. Like it was like introducing kids to like Shakespeare's Macbeth and stuff, and it was freaking Disney.
I know,
Remember,
right?
they also did the Mighty Ducks. I think at around the same
time.
That
was a cool show too. Remember
there's a whole niche for people who find those ducks really hot.
Yeah, of course there is. That's just how it be,
That's-
man.
I mean, I was still thinking about that thing Lev just like casually mentioned ages ago about the B sex hotline. I've still had that in the back of my mind. It was just
Wait,
like,
what sex hotline? What are you
he
talking
said
about?
something about a B sex hotline where someone was like called up and it was just like they'd hear on the other end like buzzes and stuff. Sure, did you not? I dreamed that or something.
No, that's true.
That
but
would You're pretty good if you dreamed it.
What
Do
the
I
fuck?
dream what?
You know what?
Shoutouts
Shoutouts to Saturnalia
talking about
for-
a B sex hotline.
for just
Tolerating
tolerating
this.
all of this. Absolutely.
Fuck.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know.
I thought Lev mentioned that on stream.
Oh,
It was
man.
a dream Lev have where you could call a number and you just hear bee buzzing. Like
Yeah,
it was
is
a
that
1-800
not
number.
saying? Is that
Yeah.
not saying Lev mentioned? Am I right in saying?
Yeah, but I
No,
think it
you're
was.
right.
But it didn't have a sexual fucking content.
Why else would you be calling? Come on.
Why else would you be?
It's like bee asthma. It's like bee asthma. It's like, why do people want to hear? Okay, that does have a sexual content. Why do people want to hear like lip smacking or whatever? I don't know.
Oh, I hate that.
Have you tried watching? Have you guys actually tried watching girlfriend asthmers or boyfriend asthma?
Are
Oh my
you saying
god, they're-
ASMR?
ASMR, yeah.
I didn't know you were making it a word. Okay, yeah, those are terrifying.
ASMRs.
Those are terrifying. I hate that.
These
shit.
ones are terrible, but some of them, if you do watch them kind of like late at night and like you see like they do like pull you in. It's like this weird like hypno.
Yeah, that's why I said they're terrifying because they
It's
work.
like a
because
it
they're
really is like a
effective.
humiliation ritual in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it is.
Subject
it's
yourself
like
to that.
It's psychic Platonism.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Has
shut
there
up.
been a Rule 34 of like Frank Hassel and Boogie and any of
There
that
probably
kind of
has.
stuff,
Yes, yes.
Probably,
there has.
yes.
There has.
That's the rule. That's the rule. Is it
Well, what
exists.
exact level do you have to get to? You know, how long until we get Rule 34 of us, like Geo and me and all?
Why did you have to say that out loud?
Oh my fucking god!
There are
Lev.
people that ship regulars in the chat all the time.
Uh-oh.
Like, I mean, there's a ton
I'm not
of
safe.
yeah. Every
I've got-
time there's always
uh-oh.
like marriage.
I try not to
proposals
pay
and-
attention to that.
Oh my god,
aspect
I
of the
guess
chat.
it's my webcam off now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Do not research. Jesus. Yeah.
Oh man! Oh, look at this nice comment from from Alexandra. I'm so in love with. I am too. By the way, guys, just think of that for a fucking second there. This is phase 2 of BTR. This is what I was talking about, where we bring in people who are in the mainstream who can resonate with us and talk with us, and it is done. It is accomplished. I mean, this is just the beginning, but the
We
point
scalped
is that
another head.
Yeah. Soon they will all submit.
I mean, this is incredibly. I'm incredibly grateful for something like this to be able to happen, and I just owe it to all of you guys. Like,
Oh my god.
I never
Mishima
imagined.
killed. Let's go.
I never imagined in the beginning, like starting all this, that we'd be 3,000 subscribers. We've already passed that, so we are doing really well. But we need to keep going thanks to your help, and Patreon.com/breaktherules. Go to Patreon.com. When you become a $5 member, you get access to all the MP3 audio versions of the episodes right after they come out here. You get first dibs on them before they come out to the public. And you also get access to our super secret percolator chat in the Discord. When you become a $20 subscriptioner, you get access to my father's beautiful woodwork with his magnets. I don't know why this image is so small here. Let me make it bigger. And right now, my father is working on magnets that are not as abstract as these, because these are like, they're nice. They have these nice looking shapes. But what my dad's working on right now is a definitely legit magnet. It's going to be, the definitely legit Kali. And he's also working on a inflated lioness magnet. So that is also going to be done. I am not sure who to send what yet, or maybe there will be like multiple versions of it. But I require the chat to let me know what kind of magnets you'd like to see being created. But then for the $30, that is where we are going to be bringing to you Geo's beautiful hand-drawn prints from the TFW No GF series. Look at them go. They are really beautiful, really exquisite. And for the $50 patronage, you get all of that. Plus, Jules is going to draw paint the beautiful pictures from that game with the guns and the demons and the.
Oh no, he's gonna paint a model. He's gonna paint a model.
Paint the model, yes.
We'll talk about it at some point. Don't worry.
Yes.
That's okay.
And Geo is going to provide another absolutely beautiful painting in the Bob Ross style. and you are going to get a custom magnet of whatever the fuck you want. So let us know what magnet you want, and my father is going to create it for you. And yeah, and also Ewan, you had something very interesting, which again, I have to look through it and just kind of like figure out exactly how it'll go, but I think there's a lot of potential there. So
I don't know if I'd have to like properly refine the idea, but like I like the idea of doing something for BTR, because just filming the webcam, just doing a few little things, I'm sure there's something I can do. It's like
absolutely,
just going on webcam. Maybe not that simple, but you get the idea.
Absolutely.
You saw the little video, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was good. I liked what he did. It's a sort of you give him a topic and he spitballs something, create something out of that. I think that's a really cool idea. Yeah.
Absolutely. So guys, a lot of perks available for BTR. I cannot wait till this COVID thing is over so that we could finally go outside, meet each other, and have a BTR meetup. I would love to invite everybody there, everybody here in the chat, in the Discord server.
It'll be like the R9K meetup.
Exactly. And I think this is pretty much it.
Fit meetup,
Very cursed event.
Yes, absolutely. So guys, this is it. I don't think Graventus is going to be able to make it today, but I look forward to speaking with Graventus later on. He's got a very interesting project that he's working on, which I hope he's going to be able to share with us. And Hotep Sophia, I love Hotep Sophia, big shout out. I am not sure where she is at the moment, but guys, this is pretty much it. I gotta go to sleep too. You know, there's a lot of things I got to do on my end as well. So this is it. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody subscribe if you had not subscribed already. Please follow these wonderful people on their Twitters. Actually, let me do that. That's I know you guys are waving, but I would be amiss if I did not promote all your Twitters right now that you are here, because I did it to Andrea. I did it to all the people who are here, so let me do it for you as well. So let me load up the thing right now. Actually, you know what we haven't done in a long time? Gio, would you like to take the pleasure of doing the shout-outs, the people in the chat over here?
Sure. Let me go to it. Okay. We have Discord. Kluku? Yeah. We got Remus. GeoX is no fuck is it? No, I'm kidding. We got please, he is a BPD 18-year-old Korean twink boy. I please, I pass. We got Facile Goose, my man. Ding dong. We got Alex Pot. Oh, she's in the chat right now. We got Andrea Seabrook. Wong Kar-wai superfan XOX Lev. Come on, Lev.
XO.
Right. King Kush, Super Iron Bob, great patron. Putana. We got Buff. Putana.
Wow, that's a curse word. That's a curse word on the fucking.
Yeah.
How dare we?
Talal. We got Talal. We got. I'm trying to. A lot of chatter tonight. John Ross. Godward Podcast. Shout out to Godward, and shout out to Paul Talk. Paul Talk down to you. Who else we got? We got Kanoan. We got shout out to my friend Kanoan. We got SS, small s, capital S. We got my good man Nathan Duffy. We got Byzantium Archon. We got Chris Alton. Who else we got? Engineer Martin K, as always. We got Fortune's Favors. Who else do we got? And I think that's it.
All good posters on Twitter too.
All good posters on Twitter.
Yes.
Fortune Favors is on Twitter. Oh, okay.
He is. Oh.
And here are the Twitters. Ooh, that was a big one that I loaded up. So Saturnalia Sundown, be sure to follow Saturnalia on Twitter right now. And over here we got Reagan Lodge. Thank you so much, Reagan, for all the great stories today.
Oh, glad I could join.
And over here we got Porco Rosso. Ooh, 20 followers now. You're growing. Yeah. You're growing. There we go. So Porco Rosso flies again. Dorco Rosso. So over here, of course, Gio. Follow Gio on Twitter. I'm sure you are. You already.
I have to grow my YouTube channel, please.
Yes.
Join our productions on YouTube.
Absolutely. Go there right now. And of course, why don't you follow me on Twitter too? Here we go, twitter.com/leftpo. Follow me on Twitter.
And just post a DMG my YouTube, because I've got to show something. I feel I'm missing out. If I
absolutely you are.
Oh, we got
absolutely.
shout out to my boy Philip Daniel.
Oh, Philip Daniel was it?
And I gotta say, Lev is the master of puns on Twitter. It's amazing. I don't know how he comes.
He truly is. It's insane. He's like he just will find you if you'll get on a random post somewhere, and there will be Lev's just
puns.
Random. Yeah, just puns. I will post the Twitter of a completely unrelated ultramarine that has nothing to do with me at all. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
My favorite things Lev did on Twitter when he was trying to get people for the woman stream, and he was just like being like really
hello, you are a woman.
You are a woman. Do you want to come on?
And he would hit him with a good pun though. That's essential.
Absolutely. So over here, join myself and Philip Daniel. He has a new Twitter, so here it is. Philip Daniel, please follow Philip on Twitter as well.
Too complicated.
Great fan. I'm sorry, fan. You're not just you're a part of the show. You're a family member here in the BTR family. Great composer, beautiful work. I am a high respecter because I love classical music and I'm a high respecter of that kind of stuff. So I really appreciate Philip Daniel being part of this.
You got a link to his YouTube channel?
Yeah, we're over here. So this is his Twitter, and let me put his YouTube channel in here as well. And again, we are the new culture. Andrea is right. Like we are the new high culture. It is being built up here. It's not going to be pretty. There's going to be fat nollas involved. There's going to be all kinds of stuff. But this is like the process of extracting the diamond out of the rough, and it's a very important quest to be on. Philip Daniel's YouTube channel. Please follow Philip. And the last thing that I just want to say is I want to give a huge shout out to Aman Sadhu. He has been our patron for a very long time. And Aman, if you're listening to this, man, I just want to say how grateful I am for all the support that you have given us. And whatever you end up doing, I wish you the very best in it. You have been a very inspirational guy. And I for one, am going to say nya. And guys, could you join me in everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
For the great Aman Sadhu. We are sad to see him go, but I am very happy, and hopefully he will have a wonderful journey in the future. We hope to see you again, brother.
What's happening to Aman Sadhu?
He is venturing out into the world.
He's joining the FBI.
He's a great man. He is a great man.
Yes.
He has decided to venture out.
I am very sad to see him go, but I wish him the best.
Me too.
All right, guys, that's it. This is the end of the
stream. Everyone.
God bless. I really appreciate you. Now let me find
good night,
how
everyone.
to exit this thing. Yeah, but it's not really good night until I find the button. So technically we're still here. I have to go into content. I have to go into dashboard. You know me. Everybody who's still listening to this, please subscribe right now because I have to have these fucking windows open at the right time. Here we go. End stream. We are ending the stream. This is great.
Good night.
Love you.